Okay, testing. Alright, I think this is all working. Bruno, what's happening, man? Maniero, I'm ready, master. I'm far from a master, but I appreciate the kind words regardless. Alright, now don't be alarmed. This is just Blender. Okay. Momon. Hello. Welcome. Now we're going to have some fun render times today. I'll give everyone a minute to sort of start hopping in, and then we'll get stuck into things. Snowfix, good to see you again. So today's focus. This stream is going to be very interesting, or I hope so. I need a break from drawing my face. That self-portrait, I fucking tell you what, it has given me such nightmares. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm about this close to bloody just scrapping it and doing it all over again. And I think I know why. I know why I'm having such a hard time. And it's all about sort of like, yeah, understanding the forms and the light source. And I was relying too heavily on reference to begin with. So then I think I talked about it in last stream, that sort of stylistic no man's land, where it's kind of realistic, kind of not. I didn't have a clear idea of the light source to begin with. So this is actually what's prompted me to throw up this Blender. This Blender stuff. Jose, welcome. Let me just Google Translate that for a momento. Let's have a squiz. Detect language. My level of English is very basic, so I learn by watching when you draw. Fantastic. Well, hopefully, regardless of what I say, just take in as much as you can and try and have some fun with it. Snowfix, but I'm going on a morning walk. I won't be able to stay long. This stream is going to be archived on YouTube, right? Yep, all of my streams are going to be archived on YouTube. Yeah, so you can always pop back and watch it later. But I'm keeping up with the streaming habit. So it's going to be a consistent thing because I want to sort of, as I mentioned before, get into YouTube and that sort of stuff. So this is a good little primer into just getting some videos on my channel. So yeah, let's sort of ease into this one, I reckon, instead of jumping straight in, because I think my issue with the portrait, as I mentioned before, it's fucking doing my head in. I got too trigger happy, and I just sort of went and go. I'm gonna take a step back, and you see I've taken some screenshots of different lighting scenarios with Blender. Now my poor little computer, it's gonna hate me for this. It's just gonna give up one day. It's just gonna be like, you're doing too much. What I'm trying to think about here, Now we're going to do painting. I'm not doing any 3D stuff today, but I use all the tools at my disposal to better understand stuff, right? So we've basically got a little sandbox here where we can test out lighting scenarios. Now I'm not going to copy it one-to-one, but I just want to get into the zone of thinking about forms and how light sort of lays on top of the forms, because I can tend to sort of, if I haven't done it in a little while, I can slip back into bad habits. So this is a good little practice. So I've got this big light here. So this is what's making this diffuse sort of light. So I'm going to turn it into a point light and make it smaller. All right, and look how much that changes the lighting scenario. So if we wanted something more dramatic or off to the side or that kind of stuff. But with the diffuse lighting setup, this can give us a lot to play around with. And you can even imagine this, like say if we wanted her outside, this character that we're working on, if this is like a blue diffuse light, that could sort of mimic the blue skylight. And then if we add in another key light, you can start to understand, well, this is what, doing a bit of this really helped me understand what's going on at a light. Let's just do another point light. And let's bump up the, see now you can see this light here is overpowering the other diffuse light, so we get shadows and that sort of stuff, but the shadows are really just showing what this diffuse light is. So if we turn this point light on and off, that's what gives us that color in the shadows on sort of like a blue, like a clear blue skylight sort of day, or a clear blue day. So yeah, something to think about. She's not going to be outside, so that's not what I'm focusing on today, but just a nice little anecdote, which I think is pretty cool, and it was one of those little aha moments that blew my mind. Now what's happened to the music? All right. Okay, so let's get rid of Blender. Actually, I might. I'll take a quick screenshot of this lighting setup. I'm going to do some warm-ups today. I think warm-ups are a great thing to do. I don't often do them, which is a real shame. But I'm going to just create a new canvas. I'm going to add some sort of gradient in the background. I'm just going to use some of these these 3D models just to get me started, right? Just to get me in the mode of thinking in 3 dimensions. All right, let's and as always, feel free to ask questions as I go. I'll be always sort of keeping an eye on chat. And let's I'm just trying to figure out. Let's cut this bottom off here. And let's scale this up. Cool. All right, so let us begin, shall we? What I'm going to focus on, let's say, let's just give this diffuse lighting setup is shot. And I might even do some experiments. Actually just throw this window over here. That's not gonna spaz out on me. No. Cool. Because I'm recording all this as well on my screen recording everything. So I can get the time lapse of it as well. Which you can't see off to the side, but I'll get started in 2 moments. Okay, cool. Let's get stuck into it. All right, so I'm thinking first about the general shape. All right, so maybe we throw down I haven't done too much rendering as of late. Like really like thinking about it. And this is a good way just to get back into the swing of things. Have some fun with it, and hopefully prevent myself from a lot of time wasted. Okay, so new layer. Let's throw the ball down. Now I'm not trying to go one-to-one with the shapes or anything like that. I just want to get the understanding of the light. So I'm going this diffuse lighting setup. Very soft shadows. Alright, so I'll start with the ball. Let's alpha lock it, and maybe we just do the airbrush. Let's cheat a little bit. Well, not cheat, but don't do any like sort of painterly. Like, that ball's looking a little bit squashed. It's alright. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so these transitions are going to be super soft. Like really soft. And these are matte materials, so there's no real specular highlights anywhere. We can always add that in later. Let me just clean up this shape of the ball. Bugger with streaming at the moment with my current setup is the brush has a bit of lag, which is frustrating. It's not terrible, it's not like unusable, but it is a pain in the tuchus. Okay, now let's have a look at this shadow underneath here. Super, so this is the occlusion shadow, so this is where that shadow is going to be pretty dark. Let's add a little multiply layer underneath here. Raise out some of that. So it looks like it's kind of floating, right? Doesn't look like there's contact there yet. So we'll go back into the sphere. We'll start to think about what's going to make that look like. It's actually touching the surface. All right, just being very delicate with it. Darken this up as well. So no real hard edge. There's like a firm edge at the bottom. Right. There's also reflected light going on, which I'll address a little bit later. Now for me, I find these exercises fun as anything. Maybe not the most stream-worthy sort of exercises, but it's just a warm-up. Maybe I should write something to say that this is a warm-up on somewhere. I'll just write it on the screen. Cool. It's art by Jay. Hey, welcome. Still stream worthy. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm gonna make these more entertaining, definitely, but still just getting into the habit of streaming and just having fun with it. But yeah, I enjoy these. I think that once you start to get the illusion of form, it's good fun. And it's like, whoa, this is starting to feel like something. Can't finesse this as much as I like because I've got a little bit of lag. Jaden, what's happening, man? Good to see ya. Yeah, I tried to fit this time zone into something that might work for a fair chunk of people. Sam, welcome, my friend. Hey Ben, great to catch another live. Working on a client project and thought I'd pop your stream on in the background. Just started your course and I've been loving it. Fantastic, man. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, well, welcome. We'll have some fun, just rendering some forms, chatting about all sorts of stuff. Hopefully not going into the ugly stage or the awkward stage, but you never know. We'll see how we go. All right, now I could spend another bloody 6 hours on this thing, but I won't. So it's good enough for me at the moment. See, there's like a little bit of a flat bottom going on. Like it's looks a bit odd, but I'm fine with that. Now there's a little bit of reflected light from this this surface here that I'm trying to emulate. So I might do the sphere and the cube, and then I might try like another shape, let's say. We'll see how we go, see how we get on. And my theory is this will help get me in the zone to throw these kinds of transitions on the character that we're going to be working on soon. Then I could then turn this. The cool thing is, once you get this diffuse light, right, you can start to add some sort of specular highlights pretty easily. And it starts to look pretty believable. Now we've got like a shiny-ish surface. It's like reflecting the environment. So it's a pretty versatile place to start. Is in the diffuse. All right, let's maybe scale this guy up. Let's go to the cube. All right. Let's think about this. So let's say we'll start with just the shape itself. I'll do like a wonky cube. It doesn't have to be perfect. Let's just get the shape down. Just the silhouette. Mark, sup Ben, how you doing? Welcome. Okay. Now we've got our base. Now I'm not worried about perspective too much or getting that completely perfect. What I'm focusing on are the values and the value transitions. Right, so let's say, let's throw down this guy. All right, so this, because the light's coming from top, from up top, I want to have this read like this is under the same lighting scenario. Ah, cool. Okay, the stream volume sounds like my voice. How's this now? Let me know how that's sounding. I just don't want to be too in your ear holes, if you know what I mean. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a way to, like me, to test it. Mock, how long do you spend on average character painting? Really depends. It's like, how long's a piece of string? If it's just a tiny little like random character, it can be, I don't know, half an hour. Or if it's this kind of thing, it's going to be multiple, probably going into the, yeah, definitely going to the double digits hours. Anywhere from maybe 5 to 20 hours for something like this. Particularly now on stream, because I'm going to be talking through my process and or just talking back and forth with you guys. It's going to take a little bit longer, but without that, yeah, it really depends. Annoying answer, I know, but I can tell you at the end of this one, I can tell you exactly how long. Raphaelzen, Ben, I'm glad you came to YouTube. I really like your IG videos and was looking forward to watch you on YouTube too. Your content's important and I like the way you simplify, teach. Hi from Brazil. Welcome. Thank you so much for the kind words. That means a lot. And yeah, now I'm on YouTube, and great to have you stop by. Really looking forward to experimenting with the content and seeing how I can both learn myself and share that with all of you. So that'll be good fun. Okay, kind of getting there-ish, but what I want to have a look at, so these are just flat shapes at the moment. All right, which is fine. Nothing wrong with flat shapes, but if we want to add a little bit of that realism into it, okay, we can see a transition here. There's a bit of shadow from the ball. I mean, they're not as close. I'm just looking at the reference here. Well, I'm trying to think why. Why is this like lighter on this left-hand side versus this side? I think it could be also the reflected light bouncing back up on here. All right, so we can play that up a little bit, ever so slightly. Add a little bit of that bounce light up. All right. Same on this edge. So if we invert our selection, see how just oof. See, this is I don't know if I'm just weird, but just this, right? Just being able to go, oof, and then have it sit more in the scene. Just a little reflected light. Reflected light is awesome. I'll probably do too much of it personally, but I don't think. What are you going to do? Sue me. All right, look at that. Shabang. Cool, okay. Bruno, I'm from Brazil. Got a couple of Brazilians, the time zones working out. All right. So look at that little bit of that reflected light. Oof. Loving it. Ba. All right. Now the sphere needs a little bit of that. That reflected light. Loving. Look at that. Just a tiny little. And I'm not playing this up the stream. I do get this excited. Like, maybe not for cubes and spheres, but like when things start to feel right, I'm just in my head like, this is sick. This is so fun. Because then the sky's the limit. Once we can start to make things look realistic at the sphere and the cube phase, whew, it's game over. Or game on, whatever you want to do, really. All right, so let's play around with making some adjustments to these shapes, right? So they're not just like straight up cubes and spheres. Jaden, would you plan on doing a stream for Procreate? 100%. That's definitely coming. I've just got to figure out through OBS, like the streaming thing, how to get the iPad working and that kind of stuff. At the moment, the setup's just for Photoshop is like easiest for me at the moment. But yeah, definitely Procreate. We'll be doing some. Sam Payne, I think once the website is built, we need a merch shop, and opening product needs to be a classic Ben Edlund green cap. Look, if I was ever going to do merch, this is from years of playing baseball. I just feel comfortable with a hat on. I played baseball for many years, and yeah, it's just my natural habitat is with a hat on. So yeah, not a bad idea actually. Not a bad idea. That'll be good fun. Harish, welcome. Great to see you back. Shane, welcome, my friend. Looking forward to our catch up tomorrow. Diego, how do you decide the value percentage? I'm not thinking about value percentages at the moment. I'm trying to think about the light source and the relative relationships between the values versus like this is a 53% gray and this is a 42% and this is a whatever this is, like a 59% brightness, and then this goes down to a 20. None of that. I'm just thinking, okay, I've put down this base level gray. How do I make these fit or feel like they fit in the scene, if that makes sense? Raphaelsen, I saw that you use Blender too. Would you plan to make lives using it? It really helps with light and stuff like that. 100%. I love Blender. It's fucking phenomenal. Yeah, definitely. 100%. I'll be doing some sculpting, sort of teaching myself that. I've been teaching myself that on and off a little bit, but I want to dive a little bit deeper into that because I think an idea maybe for another tutorial or even a course potentially could be, because I want to share how helpful it can be for 2D artists. So sort of like sculpting for 2D artists, I think would be a cool, just trying to remove the scariness of it and being able to come away with something where you can actually use it as a tool to study your 2D stuff. Just an idea at the moment, but yeah, looking forward to having a play with that. Diego, hello from Chile. I love your content. Welcome, Diego. Great to have you. Jaden Brown, sweet. Yeah, definitely. We'll get the Procreate going. Sam Payne, I play baseball too. I also play drums quite frequently. I think I might be the Audi. Hey, I shop at Audi, my friend. Those you can't go past those deals. Absolutely nothing wrong with Audi. Yeah. I need to go there after this stream. I've got nothing in the fridge, so I need to get some dinner. Shane, I can show you the way with sculpting, please. I think actually one of my I'm trying to figure out, because oftentimes I get like frustrated at some stage in the drawing process, right? It's inevitable. I'm trying to come up with like my top tips to get over that frustration. And I think one of them, like one of the tools in the toolkit, could be crack open a sculpting program and check you're working out. Check that the 3D forms make sense, right? Because I was having such struggle, like it's still like in the back of my head, the portrait, the self-portrait, it's just not where I want it to be. And I was 2 seconds away from just saying, bugger, I'm going to sculpt the bloody thing, or try and sculpt the thing and then use that as reference. All right, so here I'm just sort of jutting things out, trying to use the same logic of the light source, if that makes sense. So we can just start to invent all sorts of things. Like I can make another ledge here on the cube. Whoop, not if I've got a clipping mask. They're only so much fun. Like this is just, when it starts to look like a thing, it's like, ooh, it's fantastic. So we can like start adding things. No rhyme or reason. Well, there, like I've got to sort of keep a similar kind of perspective, right? But now we've got to think, okay, underneath here is going to have a bit of shadow, some of that diffuse, soft shadows, so we can come and kick back and throw a little bit of that. Let's do that in another layer. Throw a little bit of that in there. Erase that out. Whoa. What are we doing? Yeah, I think my computer's gonna just, with all these streams, I've got Blender running, I've got Photoshop, I'm screen recording 2 screens, and I'm streaming. Poor thing. And it's not built for this. I mean, it's handling it pretty well, but man, it's gonna be struggling, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting some M1 action in my life. Some Apple M1 Max. That'd be pretty sick. So this is going to be casting some sort of shadow, but it's going to be very, very soft, right? So I'm just going to throw in a bit of something there. And I'm going to come through and soften it right up, because this is very diffuse. So a lot of the light is going to be hitting, or sort of being able to reach underneath and remove some of that shadow, if that makes sense. So a let's, I think I'm going to start streams off with warming up, because it's a habit I want to get into more, and I think it's a good habit to get used to. See, now it's just like a random thing poking out, but it kind of fits in the scene. There's a lot of finessing that I could do with this, just to sort of make it feel, so we've got a little bit of that reflected light on this plane, like we did before. We can just go bam, 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 bam. Get a little bit of the reflected light coming up. No, get rid of the chalk brush. Airbrush soft. A little bit of that bounce, that light bouncing back up. All right, just like this plane. Now, I'm not going to have this whole stream just drawing cubes, although that would be fun and therapeutic. We'll get stuck into the character stuff soon. Cool. We're not perfect, but it does enough of a job to be like, okay, this thing's sitting in 3D space. Raphael's, and do you, right now you're just doing live streams, do you plan on doing videos about certain topics like painting, Blender? 100%. Yeah, this is just the start of sort of getting me into the mode of video and longer form content, and hopefully some of these questions and bits and pieces that I find happen like in the stream, like little insights or little demos and that kind of stuff, I can use those and clip them up and just, yeah, trying to fit it into my routine instead of going, okay, full-time YouTube, bam, 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 just slowly ramp up, and I think that's going to be more sustainable. Shane, it's crazy because you paint how I sculpt, the way you think about base shapes. Yeah, they're so intertwined. Like even the old masters and how they painted with oils, I think they thought very similarly, except for they had maquettes and they probably sculpted real things and they had like referenced real life. Like I even saw what's his face, James Gurney, with a lot of his like dinosaur Dinotopia stuff. He would actually sculpt out maquettes and light them exactly how he wanted them, so he had a real reference as to what's going on. And that's, I think, how he can make things look so realistic even though they're invented. Yeah. Harish, how good is Nomad Sculpt, Ben? I am thinking of purchasing it. I think it's one of the better sculpting tools on the iPad. So yeah, I rate it. I think it's good. I think it's surprisingly capable. And then I believe you can then export that into Blender or another software later on as well if you want to do some rendering stuff. There's actually a guy, Drug Free Dave, that I follow on Instagram. He does a lot of good Nomad Sculpt, specific Nomad Sculpt tutorials. So I'd check him out. Dave Reed, I think his name is. Yeah, good stuff. I think he's on YouTube as well. Harish, can you model a big scene in it given the screen space of an iPad? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch to model a big scene, but I think like a character would be more than capable to do that. Sam, I'm running a MacBook Pro 16 M1 Pro. Feel free to ask any questions offline. IG is probably best about using it for a professional illustration workflow. I will, actually, because that's been my big question. Harish, and the RAM, yeah, it's, yeah, like Shane said, probably not, I don't think. Although I don't know the full specs and that kind of stuff, but it's, yeah. Bruno, Ben, are you modeling too? Not today, but I might experiment with that in the coming weeks because I really enjoy it. And I think it really helps the 2D workflow and my understanding of 2D forms. So it's like, yeah, I want to get as good at sculpting as I am at coming up with concepts, or like doing concept and like character stuff, so it can, yeah, we can just have some bloody great fun with it. All right, let's sort of got somewhat warmed up. Do I want to do another? No, I've got a shiny ball. Do we want to do another warm up? I think this is enough. Let's get stuck into it. So now this is where we're at so far. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, Photoshop. You can do it. You can do it. All right, cool. So this is where we're at. This is where we got to in the last stream. If you haven't checked that out, feel free to check it out to see how we got to this stage. Now, I want to reference some of this sort of stuff. All right, really clear shapes, and I think some of this diffuse lighting is going to help as well. Right, so I'm going to start with just like a top down. That's I think what I'm going for here, just top down diffuse lighting. Now I've got to see, also I've got some notes. Head placement, that's very vague. I don't know what I want to do with the head placement, so I should be better with my notes. Fix the chin, yeah, we can play around with that. More hair, yep, and feminine fingers, cool. All right, I'll fix that up in the painting stage, I reckon. Famous last words. I'm sure I'm going to regret that, but that's okay. All right, what's this layer doing? So I've just got to go back through my layers, figure out what's what, because this is a very separated out. Cool, so these are my notes. I'm like, yep. Okay, cool. See, that's not looking terrible. Getting some sort of form, feeling of form on these forms. All right, so you got the, yep, you got the flat. Cool. I think we'll refine this a little bit more. And then, yeah, I think we just keep refining these forms. All right, so top down, I'm thinking this more diffuse lighting setup. I wonder, do we start playing with the tentacles? Nah, not yet, not yet. I think maybe we flip this background the opposite way. Oh no, that would make sense. No, we keep the background as is. Maybe make it a tad darker, just so we can see the character off the background a little bit more. It's good to come back to this after probably maybe a week, maybe a little bit less than a week, or a few days at least. I can start to see bits and pieces where I'd want to make changes. Okay, George De Leon, do you only draw stylized characters, or is it just what you like the most? It's just what I like the most. I was predominantly doing realism and doing sort of mainly realistic stuff for the longest time, and then I decided to challenge myself probably about a year and a half ago, something like that, to go into stylized stuff. Because it's a real challenge, because you've got to start inventing these forms, and I think it gives it really, you've got to think about things differently than if you're trying to just do realism from a reference, for example. Because with stylization, you're inventing all these forms, and none of these forms exist. So you've really got to start to think about what's where you want to push and pull things. And like I've talked about with the self-portrait that's doing my bloody head in, you get stuck in sort of traps of being somewhere in the middle of that realism or stylization. And it's very satisfying once you get out of that frustration. But while you're in it, it fucking sucks. But yeah, no. I don't only do stylized stuff, but as of late, for the last like year and so forth, I've predominantly been doing stylized stuff because I have a lot of fun with it. But I want to start actually mixing some stylized stuff, maybe with some like old master rendering. Like do a stylized character, but in this style, say of like JC Leyendecker. Like see if I can replicate the rendering style. But with the lines in the character of say like one of these stylized sort of characters, I think that could be fun. Alright, so I'm just thinking about planes at the moment. What's facing up, because I'm just thinking about a big diffuse light at the moment. What's facing up is going to be brightest relative to its local color, or its local value. For example, these jeans, they've got like a baseline level that's like a baseline gray that's darker. So it's never going to be as light as like the skin, for example. So it's all relative. So I'm just thinking about the planes that are facing down. I believe Jorge, maybe that's how you pronounce your name. My apologies if it's not. Yeah, I also think that is more difficult, and you really do it pretty damn good. I love your style. Thanks so much. That means a lot. But yeah, it's a tricky one, but it's a good challenge. Personally, I find it more satisfying than doing more realistic stuff. But that's just me. So I'm just on a multiply layer here. See this, I like the warm up because it's got me thinking more. Got me thinking more in terms of planes, in what's facing up, what's facing down, what's facing to the side. Whereas I might not have primed myself for that otherwise, and I might have jumped in and just started noodling, which is no good. This is a no noodle zone. We are nowhere near the noodle stage. So I'm just using the lasso tool. Just like how that sphere, or how you can see the sphere is sort of touching the plane. I'm thinking about that in these areas here. Sam, what about trying something like an environment or something completely different? I'm down for that. I'm not huge into environments. I've not studied them very much, but I think it could be very valuable to start playing around with. I almost want to do like themed streams in a way. Like I might want to do like Anatomy Tuesdays, or maybe like guilt-free Thursdays, where like we try something different that I'm not used to, and the goal isn't to make the thing look good, but it's to get an understanding of things. So there's no pressure to make something look good. It's all about the understanding of what we're trying to do. Like maybe it's trying a different style or trying environments or yeah, I think that could be fun. Maybe yeah, this makes more sense. Now there's going to be reflected light from the floor coming up underneath on certain forms, but it's going to be pretty subtle depending on how intense that ambient light's going to be. So I want to be conscious of that. Bruno, wow, amazing. Appreciate it, Bruno. You think this looks good? Whew. Give me another 15 hours on it. And we'll be getting somewhere. Sam Payne, yes. Noodling at noon. Sketchbook Sundays. I have no idea where this piece is going. I'm starting to panic. Fridays. Yeah, 100%. I would. Yeah, that's a good one. Like frustration Fridays. Let's see if we can get out the pieces that are making us the most frustrated, and see if we can go through a systematic step-by-step process of figuring out what's wrong. I think that could be pretty cool, actually. That'll come when I start to have like a proper sort of schedule. At the moment, I'm just looking to maybe stream, I don't know, let's say 3 days a week. And this week I'm going to start experimenting with chopping some clips up for social as well. I didn't want to deselect. Yeah, see, now these forms are starting to have dimension. Like even that little bit of thinking about what direction are these forms in. Like why would they be lighter here? Why would they be darker in other spots? Yeah, even that. Yep. I am folding warm-ups into my process from now on. You've heard it here first. Shane, do you edit all of your clips? They're really well done. Thanks, man. Yeah, I do. I do them all in mainly After Effects, and I do the captions in Descript, which is fantastic because that used to take me fucking forever doing all the captions for stuff. But Descript has probably cut a good hour or two out of the process, and it's like an absolute joy to work with. So. But yeah, I find it really, I find them fun. Like with the social media stuff, I think it's a good goal is to actually try and find the fun in creating the content itself, as well as doing this drawing, like the whole drawing and the art, the painting stuff in my case, right? Having fun with that, of course, but actually trying to figure out how to explore and experiment different ways of making content, because it could get pretty laborious of just, oh, I've got to do a reel. Okay, let's just do a time lapse. Blah, blah, blah. And I think that comes across as well from like the audience side of things. Like it just makes it more engaging if you're engaged with the process, I think. But yeah, After Effects and Descript that I have a lot of fun with. Speaking of, I need to figure out one tonight, get that started, and then finish it off tomorrow. Descript, so it's a DE script. Yeah, so D-E-S-C-R-I-P-T. So if you Google that one, it's fantastic. It's really good. Victor, love from Nigeria. It's morning here. Welcome, Victor. Far out. It still boggles my mind that we got all these people from all across the world. I'm just here in little old Adelaide, Australia. And we got people popping in from everywhere. So yeah, welcome, Victor. Good morning to you, sir. Oh, also Shane, I checked out one of your streams the other day. I love that the 3D hand you've got going on, and how it tracks to where it is on your tablet. That's sick. It's a very cool touch. There we go. Now that's cylindrical. Ta-da! Yeah, no, I thought it was sick. I've never seen that before. That was really, really cool. Come on. All right, I think diffuse, diffuse, diffuse. What else? How else is this going to be diffused? So if we... Where? Ah, I was on a razor, that's why. I think a trick of a lot of this sort of rendering stuff as well is having that balance between the real soft airbrushy edges and like hard firm edges. I think that's a big part of it. I use a program called Spud Arm. It's easy to set up. It's just an overlay in OBS. Oh, that's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, I've got the absolute basic setup with OBS. Nothing fancy whatsoever. I've got to figure out how to record separate sources though, because at the moment I'm recording both screens. Like I've got me on this display. I've got the full camera, so then I can do social clips later on with like a high fidelity camera rather than this like little me in the corner. But yeah, I need to figure out how to record things separately. Shane, the bear arm is something I posed and rendered. That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Yeah, everyone go check out Shane's streams. They're sick. If you're into sculpting. Oh, that'd be great, man. That'd be awesome if you could show me. Yeah, because I think this is one thing, this is like an expense that I didn't anticipate is hard drives. The amount of fucking hard drives I'm going to go through is going to be insane. Just the size of some of these files after like a 3-hour stream. It's gonna be nutty. Okay. So this is gonna have a gradient here. Ever so slight gradient. Boop. There we go. Now this one, this hand is going to also have a gradient. Ever so slightly. Yeah, tell me about it. It gives me so much, just so much anxiety for some reason that I'm just like, oh, I've got all this footage and it's just sitting there, unorganized. Yeah, it stresses me out. But I'll come up with systems and different ways to manage this stuff. It's just, yeah, I found it interesting. Something I did not foresee as being an issue. Why I didn't foresee that, God knows, but yeah. Yeah, I think once I upgrade the my Mac, I'll feel a little bit better about recording all this stuff because I feel like it can handle it. Or I think this one's on its last legs. All right, so what am I trying to do here? Let's think about this. So the local value of this headset is darker. Right, so we're thinking ambient light. This top plane is going to be lightest. This is going to be second lightest, and this is going to be the third lightest, or the darkest. If you are. I bought an M1 Max Studio. Oh, interesting, because that was my other. Like I'm tossing up between the Mac Studio or the MacBook Pro. The portability of the MacBook Pro is the big selling point for me, right? But I like the potential extra oomph that the Studio can get. I need to sell some bloody more courses and I just max it out. Because this is a 2015 iMac that I'm working on. Great for when it came out, but yeah, not so much now. No, not deselect. Sam, does your software dev work require your workstation be portable? Doesn't require it because I've got an old MacBook Pro that does the job-ish if I'm sort of working, because I'll pop into the city every now and then and work with my mate Francis on the podcast, and we'll sort of work on software stuff as well. It kind of does the job, but not really. It would be, basically I want the best of both worlds. I want the portability of the, what do you call it? My brain is not multi-threaded. It's focusing on rendering and talking doesn't work. It's only got one core. What was I saying? I want the portability of the laptop, but the oomph and the power of the Studio. So I think maybe a happy medium. I've actually got it in the basket on the app store, at the Apple store, is the MacBook Pro M1 Max, which should be enough for most things that I'm looking at doing. Like if I can edit videos faster, like this thing with After Effects, it just chugs. If it has any sort of complexity in the scene, it's just ugh. And now I'm thinking about doing more sculpting stuff, like more graphic intensive stuff. Got to take that into account. So I think that might be the happy medium. That's what I'm leaning towards, at least anyway. Also, is this a Cantina song remix? I've got no idea. Sand paint, I'd probably suggest the MacBook Pro over the Studio. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can get similar specs with the MacBook Pro, but for some reason, because it's a laptop, I just feel like it's like, is it going to be powerful enough? But yeah, I've not felt the power of an M1 yet, let alone an M1 Max. So I could, my worries could be unfounded. Very, very irrational feeling. Because if you just go straight by the specs, it seems pretty powerful. Shane, I had an Intel MacBook Pro and I updated it to the M1, but honestly I went back to my big gaming PC because I needed a bunch of PC only things. Yeah, that's fair. The thing for me too is that between an iPad, my Wacom, and my MacBook, I can pretty much run my business from anywhere in the world. It's insane, it's crazy fast. Oh, I'm excited. I want to press the buy now button, but I don't. Let's just pop up to the Apple store after this. Oh, but I can't. It's so much. I'm waiting for the M2 to come out actually, so then I can get like the M1s at a discount. Or get like a second-hand one or something. Maybe that's the play. But then I can start thinking, all right, well, what's my time worth? And what I'm going to save by waiting that long? Could I have gotten X amount more content done and blah, blah, blah. All right, so you can see I'm just taking my time with this. And new segment, Impulse Buy Monday. Yeah, look, maybe if the YouTube starts kicking off, we can do that. I'm the opposite of impulse buying. Are the M2s out? I think maybe only for like the base model of something. Yeah, I'm waiting for like the Pros, like the MacBook Pro M2s to potentially come out. Then I can snag an M1. That'll be more than powerful enough, I think. Okay, so we've got this spherical object here. Oh, actually, I've got all these on separate layers, don't I? Thank you, past me. Load the selection. No, I don't. Oh, no, they are here, but they're not saved. Okay. So we just got to find them. Goggles, tank top, hair. Where are the controllers? Don't tell me I didn't do the controllers. You shitting me. Where are the controllers? Ah, that's annoying. Oh. Alright, just like the sphere that we did in the warm-up, this is going to have a similar sort of feel. It is a darker local value, so it's going to feel a bit darker and not go quite as bright potentially as the other materials. I'm going to darken this up. Yeah, that's cool. Make them a bit darker. Cool. This will actually be in shadow. Something on the wrong layer. What's the biggest tech-related mistake you've made, like not saving work and losing it all, or completing something on the wrong layer? Yes, yes, and yes. I've done all of those. Nothing that's sticking out. Probably back when Photoshop didn't autosave. There was probably like hours and hours of work just lost. Or autosave wasn't on by default or something. It's usually like crashes that do my head in. But there hasn't been too many of those as of late. Touch wood. What about yourself, Sam? Yeah, because we're doing diffuse, this isn't going to be super. Yeah, it's going to be like that. Yeah, that seems better. Yep, feeling 3D. I'll tell you, recently I went to record something. Well, I was like doing a drawing or whatever, like on a painting of something, I can't remember. And yeah, I finished it and I was really happy with it. I was like, cool, cool, cool. And I never hit record. So the time lapse. I actually did that with the freaking, for a big chunk of the self-portrait. And that was annoying. So in the time lapse, there's just going to be this big empty space of like, it just jumps to something different. Okay, so even these smaller forms, they're going to be affected by the light source. Right, so again, ambient light coming down. This is a Star Wars thing, isn't it? It just clicked for me. See, I know I'm going in the right direction when stuff kind of starts feeling like a vinyl toy model. Or like a vinyl toy, if that makes sense. Because from that you can then bring it, or like a ZBrush model or a Blender sculpt. Yeah, it's a good gauge, isn't it? Get the vinyl toy look. Because from that you can take it whatever which way you want. Some dimension in that arm. Slowing down and thinking about this stuff. Like if we got the ambient light, where is the light actually going to hit? Like this would probably get some light on the sort of ridge of that bone there. All underneath here is going to be in shadow. What's going on? Sam, how do you balance slowing down with not noodling? I find sometimes I need to speed up to avoid noodling. For me, actually slowing down avoids noodling. Like even putting the pen down and thinking. Alright, because I mean, if we're thinking pure efficiency, the strokes that you put down that are unnecessary, that's just time wasting, right? So you've got to fix them later, and they can even push you in the wrong direction, which is going to have you spend even more time trying to figure stuff out, right? At least this is how I think about it. So for me, slowing down and hold on, I just inverse the selection. Slowing down and thinking logically about the forms and the light source and that sort of stuff is a good way to get out of like sort of sticky situations. At least for me. If you feel like that you need to speed up to avoid noodling, that's cool. For me, if I start speeding up, I start just doing strokes just for the sake of doing strokes, if that makes sense. Giving this a little bit of skin here on the forehead. Having that grade 8 down instead of having it just all that one, because up the top here is going to be if we're thinking about this just top down ambient light, up the top here is going to be the lightest point, the lightest value, let's say, of the skin. So this skin on the forehead is actually going to grade 8 upwards. Alright, and that gives it a little bit of a level of realism. Got to fix the hair to make it sort of feel a little bit better, but while we're in the skin as well, let's this really soft shadow in there. It's ambient, it's going to be soft. No super hard shadows in here just yet. Even thinking about like this underneath here, this is going to be in shadow. Now I've got to figure out this piece of anatomy here because there's something off about this. That's alright. If we can get it feeling like a 3D object, we can carve into it and do all sorts of fun stuff. delineate these planes of the fingers and the top of the hand. Even if we group them a little bit to begin with, I think it's just going to read a little bit better. Also, squinting my eyes down can help to see where some inconsistencies might lie. Like for example, like the feet here. This is all side plane. This isn't going to be as hit the light as much. Let's select the skin. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Alright, so this heel is going to have the light hit it a little bit more. Alright, even this foot here would even be more in shadow. Not even in, it's just the light is hitting it less. There are some Star Wars jams in this playlist, I know, right? Sam, also, do you ever get bored with work? You spend so many hours on each one. Bored, less so. Because if it's going well, I can spend forever on it. Like, I just love sort of working on it. Frustrated is probably the better word. If it's not looking right, I can get very frustrated. And I'll often lose sleep or give up sleep just so I can figure out what the heck's going wrong. Just like my recent thing that I keep talking about is the self-portrait. Like I would be up until 1, 2, 3 in the morning trying to figure out what's going wrong with it. So yeah, more frustration than get bored with it. Which is a big thing of like, yeah, figuring out what you enjoy working on. But say if it's a client work and it's not something that I've chosen to do, or like a topic that I've picked or something like that, then yeah, I can get bored of that, definitely. Oh, this is a moment right here. This is where I get excited, like I did with the sphere. Okay, things are starting to look weird with the helmet, but then you just add this little bit of shadow. We zoom out. now it looks like it's like it makes sense. It's like close to the headset. It's casting a bit of that soft shadow because it's diffuse light. It's not super super hard shadow, but yeah, that's like an exciting little oh yeah, we're getting somewhere. Sam, so do you have multiple projects like this one running concurrently so that you can rest your eyes? Yeah, rest my eyes, rest my my brain, my sanity, because I've also got to think about content as well. So I'll work on, I thought the portrait was going to be a quicker one to sort of post for content, but that's not working out so much. But I can, because I'm folding like the content, like the reels and that kind of thing into my workflow now, I'll have multiple things on the go, and I'll be at certain points in different pieces that I can use as reels, like things that I've discovered, things that I might find useful and that kind of thing. So I can still create the content without having to wait until they're finished, if that makes sense. So that's sort of the benefit of having multiple things on the go. It keeps the reels and the content fresh without having to wait and have me like feel like I'm pressured to, oh, I've got to do the post on this drawing. It's like, cool, I can sort of, as I'm going, share my process. So yeah, that's probably another big reason of having multiple things on the go. Bruno, this technique is fantastic. I'm having problems with painting grayscale, but I will get better. You will get better. Remembering that I'm not fluent in English, but I can understand what you're expressing by painting. Awesome. That's fantastic. So the universal language, right? That and maths, I think. And music. Unless the music is in a different language. I'll fix that later, that's fine. Struggle the same thing content-wise. I'm definitely going to do that and share more of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Yeah, you got to figure out how to take the stress off of yourself and make it fun, and sort of figure out ways to do things on the go. Because it's like, otherwise, like I've been there. Sometimes I get into this point where I'm like stressed. I'm like, oh, I've got to get this post out, blah, blah, blah. But I think it comes across in the content as well if you didn't enjoy it and it's just like a rushed thing just to do. Yeah, I'd rather take my time, but also keep the consistency up with sharing the process along the way. I've even experimented sort of with live tweeting. Live tweeting things. So for example, if I'm doing this and like I'll just live tweet the process. I'll be like, all right, I'm going to be doing values on this character. Here's the thread. And then the first step is this, the next step is this. Oh, I came into the trouble with doing this thing. Oh, here's a good example of like occlusion shadow where it shows it popping forward. I'm thinking about blah, 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 blah. And just doing like quick screenshots and little like tweets along the way. That actually kicked off quite a consistent stream of people coming through my Twitter. Which was surprising because Twitter was kind of something I've been spending a little bit more time on lately, trying to figure out. Because all this stuff to me is like a game, right? It's all just trying to figure this stuff out, and there's a skill to it. It's very figure outable, but yeah, that was a cool little experiment content-wise on Twitter. And I mean, I could even be doing it while I'm doing this live as well. All right, so I need another monitor somewhere, but I could have, like as we're talking, I might take a break like every hour or so, and then jot down 2 or 3 tweets with a few screenshots and annotations. That's if you're doing the education side of stuff, which I'm doing, and just sort of if you enjoy sharing your process. Shane, I love the meaty forearms on this one. I know it's I love the sort of the fancy wording coming juxtaposition of these sort of thinner upper extremities and like the sort of thicker lower extremities, like this muscle and like the calves and that sort of stuff. I don't know why. It just looks funny and cool. Sam, I want to just chat content and business with you, man. Gosh, the rabbit holes we could go down. Yeah, man. Well, there's nothing like I'm happy to talk about whatever. Right? Like, you have questions. It doesn't have to be art related. Like, it might not be as interesting for a bunch of other people on here, but I mean, it fills the silence. But yeah, content's. I mean, that's why I started the podcast, right? It's fascinating. It is very much a skill, I think. I love those cars which have the flat pyramid feel. Yeah, they're good fun. All right, so let's imagine. How should we do this? Should we erase or should we add on top? Let's erase. So let's imagine that we've got this floor. Let's not imagine. Let's throw a floor in there. Why do we have to imagine? All right, let's say. Let's maybe do something like we've got here to give us something to base our reflected light off of, if that makes sense. Now, I did want to do this kind of as a living room kind of thing, but maybe not. Maybe I can do that later on. I'll just get the ambient lighting and stuff sort of feeling correct. Because when I was doing the sphere and stuff, the thing that made it really pop was and like feel like it's sitting in space is the reflected light. So you'll see this just as I do it on the jeans here. So let's say we can even be a little bit sneaky, well, not sneaky, with the floor here. Where's my gradient? Gradient. Let's do that. Whoa. Let's not do it like that. Alright, so we'll grab that color. Maybe we do a little bit darker. Alright, now what this is hopefully going to achieve, don't even have to do it with a gradient. Maybe needs to be a little bit more apparent. Maybe do it as this. You know what? I'm just going to bloody paint it. What am I doing? Overthinking stuff too much. Let's add a little bit of a brighter light here. And let's make this area just a little bit brighter. So you see, almost like studio lighting, I guess you could say, kind of similar to what we've got with our blender setup. I might even do like the infinite backdrop kind of feel. Oh man, this computer is going to absolutely shit itself soon. Don't worry about it. We don't have to finesse this. We'll just leave it like that. Now, this gives us opportunities to A, do a little bit of a shadow if we want to, and B, let's add some reflected light. All right, so this light's going to be coming slightly up from underneath, probably not super. Well, it's ambient light, right? So it's going to affect places pretty heavily, and because it's sort of like a white floor. Let's can we merge these down, because they are, is that the same? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can even knock all this back. So I've got this whole multiply layer. All right, so that's where we started. I actually quite like just how it looks at the moment, so I might share that as a separate thing. Shane, I did something similar in a Spider-Man, but not this pushed. I really want to sculpt these proportions. Yeah, they feel very like I want to sculpt them myself. Because I was actually listening to a live stream with, I believe it was Michael Matesi. He was talking about thinking about how you mentioned Spider-Man. He was saying, think about when it came to character design, what they would do in their real life. Like, why would their body look the way it does? And with Spider-Man, I mean, you think about how much he's using his grip strength and like jumping off of things. So the calves, you could imagine, would be like larger, or you could make the argument for, say, like the calves are larger and the forearms would be larger because of all the, like, of always using them. So that's another cool way of thinking about things from a character design perspective that I learned from that live stream. Is, yeah, why, like, not just doing the cars for the sake of doing the cars like I've done here. You could be like, all right, Spider-Man is very slender and needs to be, agile, but he uses his forearms and his calves a lot to sort of jump and sort of swing and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, just a little tidbit that I took away. Eloise, hello from KSA to everyone. Welcome. Great to have you. Okay, time for some reflected light. Shabang. Now it's starting to ground her in the scene a little bit more, right? I might even start on these tentacle things as well. Actually, I might mask this off instead of doing a more destructive workflow. This is going to be very subtle. Sam, Shane and Ben, I've never tried 3D before. My thinking is that I want to continue growing my 2D skills, which is my main income. I don't want to take away my focus. Thoughts? Shane, you take it away. I'll have my thoughts after you sort of give your 2 cents if you're still here. Jay, do you think you'll get to the point of making videos for YouTube, or is it more of a live thing? 100% I'm going to be making videos for YouTube. This is just getting me into the habit of doing long form content, getting used to talking to you guys and the camera as well while drawing. That's something to sort of get used to. But yeah, definitely. Can you be on the lookout for those? Yeah, because the inkling for me is always to jump headfirst into something and optimize it and get the video just right and figure out all the analytics and this and that and this and that. But knowing myself, that won't last. So I'm trying to build this habit so that it feels weird. Like the goal is, at the end of the day, with any skill that I'm trying to learn or any habit I'm trying to form, make it so that it feels weird if I don't do it, and make it super easy in the beginning. So you guys are actually really helping me out by hanging out, and so I appreciate you for popping in. This is feeling cool. Okay, now let's do some larger forms of the tentacles. Yeah, cool. It's a good indication as well if you can take the line work away and start to see the 3D forms. I'm feeling a lot better about this than I am my bloody portrait, I tell you what. But I'm going to figure that portrait out. It is not if, it is when. And when better be soon, because that's the missing piece on the website. So maybe we do this separately. Yeah, I love this topic in the chat right now. Keep going. I love it. It's going to be messy, but whatever. What are we going to do? Okay, let's just get the big form of this guy. We can do some like slime as well. We can do all sorts of stuff. This is a fun part of starting with the ambient light. We can start to build it up. We can add it, just like in Blender, we can sort of add a key lights wherever we want, which is fun. All right, let's have a squiz. What have we got going in the chat? So Sam asked that he's hesitant to sort of go jump into 3D because he's never tried it before. Shane, can I tell you a secret? There are two sides to character art. There is the art side and a technical side. The art side will stick with you forever. Agree? Harish, 3D complements your 2D skills, does it not? Old school greats were fluent in sculpting and painting. 100%. Shane, I study all of the same things Ben does. Then there's the technical side. For example, Ben studies all of the techniques of drawing while I focus on the techniques of sculpting. But the base art knowledge is the same. Would you agree, Ben? 100%. Shape language, values, lighting, how light interacts with objects, material properties, right? Instead, okay, let me show you, like for example, if I pull up Blender again. Okay, Blender break, all right? To get this looking like a shiny object, this sphere, the understanding of this lighting setup, right? We need to understand it as a painter the same or similarly as the 3D artist. The difference between the technique is to make this a shiny ball, you turn this slider this way, and now it's a shiny ball. You know what I mean? But you still have to understand the form, understand the shape design, understand things in three-dimensional space with both 2D and 3D work. So it is a learning curve of understanding the tools, I guess. But yeah, Shane's exactly 100% right. The art side and the fundamentals, I guess, as a blanket statement, is the same across most art forms. I think of it akin to learning different programming languages. The principles are the same, right? You can, let's say in general, for like programming languages, you need to be able to figure out how to write a function. You need to figure out how to make a loop. You need to figure out how to do like the base ideas, like concepts. But how you get to doing them is different, right? So it's like the syntax is different. That's probably, I don't know, sorry, I'm just coming from the web development side of things. But yeah. I tell my students that once they have the knowledge of forms, proportions, and appeal, they can take those skills and sculpt in any medium. It could be ZBrush, Blender, ice, sand, or potato. 100%. Yeah, this is the issue I have sometimes with people saying like, "What brush do you use?" There is something to be said about the brush that you use to a certain degree, but it's like it's like the cherry on top, right? Yeah, that's a good one, Shane. Comparing it to how learning a musical instrument. Very true. Because I've played guitar for most of my life, but now I'm learning drums. And yeah, that resonates. Pun fully intended. Sam, boy, are we trying to get Ben's computer to crash? I know. Or maybe I'm trying to get it to crash, so then I have to buy the new one. Aha. The truth comes out. But that's part of the reason why I get excited about just like the sphere or the cube, because it unlocks the understanding for a lot of stuff, right? Okay, ambient light on the tentacles. We're not worried about specular highlights. We're not worried about materials just yet. We're trying to go for a matte finish, maybe with this yeah, let's start with this local value. We can always sort of adjust it up and down as we go. Okay, how do you kick people? Remove. Remove. Cool. I don't know if you guys saw that, because I see I've got all the chat open, even like the spammy stuff. Now this is an interesting one because it's got like a weird sort of shape to it. Sam, well, I mean, it depends. Nomad Sculpt you got to pay for. It's not much, but if you want to explore, by all means. But Blender is free, so it has that going for it as well. Actually think I'm gonna have this sort of facing towards me. Let's just throw a line in there for reference. Even on my latest reel, like, doing some of this never hurts. Yeah. Yeah, Dave Reed's fantastic. I can't even remember how much Nomad is. It's like, no, it's a business expense. There you go. I'm not an accountant. Do not take financial advice from me. But you could think of it as a business expense. Javier, welcome, my friend. I love Nomad. Ben, you've helped me become a better sculptor and illustrator. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Your gumroad course was fantastic. Thank you so much, my friend. That's awesome to hear. Now I can't wait till I come out with an actual course. That was more like a walkthrough tutorial sort of thing. I've got some ideas in the works, which I cannot wait to show you. Yeah, these wireframes really do help. Just understand what the frick is going on. Sam, the course is incredible and the field guide that goes with it is insanely useful and packed with content. Guys, come on. You've been too kind. Thank you very much. Mika Rue, do you have any advice for choosing a career path? I am in art school right now, learning a lot of fundamentals, but now I'm not sure of what I want to do. Also, I love your work. I reference it often. Thank you, Mika, and welcome. I am not personally comfortable giving career advice because I've not gone the traditional route of a typical art career per se. I've only turned this into my career, or it's only started to become my career in the last 2 months, to be perfectly honest with you. Since sort of launching the tutorial. Because yeah, I've my day job, or it still is, like I started a company, software company called Keepon with a bunch of other guys. Francis, who's in my podcast, being one of the other guys. And sort of throughout the last probably 7 or 8 years has been more tech focused, more like teaching myself how to code, doing startups, web development, doing contract work, web development wise and that sort of stuff. And it's only just out of happenstance that this sort of social media, art, education, that sort of stuff has kind of been a viable option for me. Now I can talk for a month of Sundays on that stuff, from sort of building followings online, which I think it's actually really helpful to do regardless. I'm all for artists sort of taking their income into their own hands, or anyone really trying to do that. I'm more on the quote unquote entrepreneurial side of things. But from a purely art career advice, I would start with what makes you interested in something. Like you say you're working on the fundamentals, Mika, right? That's a fantastic start. I would never stop working on the fundamentals. I always, even with our warm-ups today, I was working on my fundamentals. But I mean, really the sky's the limit. I would test a bunch of different things. What makes you interested in certain things? Yeah, what interests you? That should be your first question. And try it out. Don't be afraid to try a bunch of different things, because you don't know until you give it a shot. That was a very roundabout, not advice giving sort of way, but yeah, I personally think building an audience is invaluable coming up especially in the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, getting your work in front of people. And I mean, I've had work, like contract work from studios just through Instagram. I don't have a portfolio. Instagram's my portfolio, so it's been pretty nutty. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. And like anything, it's all experimental. It's all a journey. But yeah, it's good fun. Edson, welcome. Have you thought about making content in Spanish? I've been following you for a long time, but it's complicated. But I'll still follow you here. Regards. Unless I try and take up Spanish, probably not for the foreseeable future. I have been thinking about translating some of my stuff. Spanish would definitely be one of the first languages based on my analytics and people that are sort of consuming the content. that would be one of the first languages I would translate it to. Still got to figure out the captions on here as well. My apologies. I said I'd do that last stream. I'm not sure if they auto translate. I think in the coming probably few months or even year, there's going to be like better translation software coming out. There has to be. So then as I'm talking in real time, it'll throw out translations, which will be cool, I reckon. Probably have to pay for that to begin with, but until YouTube sort of folds it into their offering. But yeah, it'll be an interesting one. Sugar Beats, good to see you again. Yeah, just got ready to oil paint. Glad you are live. Awesome. What are you painting? Shane, wow, serious? That's awesome. Yeah, it's been a pretty nutty ride, and hopefully we'll keep it going and see what the future holds. Sam, definitely put your work out there and share as you grow. Yeah, I'd recommend that, Mika, 100%. Just from I can really only talk from experience. I'm not going to talk about getting studio jobs and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, building audiences and followings, and yeah, sharing more about you as a person as well, I think is invaluable. Sugar Beats, do I have any pets? Kind of. I guess they're like step pets, if you can say. Like my partner and I live together, and she's got 2 Shih Tzus. One named Winnie and one named Ollie. And yeah, love them. And depending on the day, I hate them. If they bark, really not a fan. But no, overall they're cool. I've also got at my parents' house, got a dog called MJ. She's getting up there in age, but she's been with us for a good 15 years, I think, even more now, human years. She's a big, fluffy Samoyed cross golden retriever, like just full of energy. Any other pets? Yeah, I got at my parents' house as well. Got Pete, which is a rescued rainbow lorikeet, which is, yeah, I'll show you a rainbow lorikeet. I went for a run one day after a big storm, and came across a baby one of these guys. Whoop. So he's at my parents at the moment. But yeah, sort of he got knocked out of the tree and sort of rescued him, figured out what to feed him, and yeah, he's doing well. Bloody sharp beaks though, I'll tell you what. Mika, cool, thank you, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Mika. Javier just joined your Discord. Will there be a channel for us to share our artwork for group critique? Yeah, I'm wondering, because I'd imagine there's going to be a few people that's going to be putting that in there. If that's like a Patreon thing potentially, or that kind of stuff. I don't know. I've got to figure that out. So I've just started the Discord, so got to figure out what it is, even like what's it going to be. But yeah, that's a good idea. Sugar Beats, I'm painting faces. Winnie and Ollie, not Holly, Ollie, so Ollie are really cute names. Do you have any spiders? Yeah, we've got a bunch of them just hanging around in the house. They're more like squatters rather than pets, but yeah, we have massive ones. Huntsmans. They're harmless, but they're bloody huge. Laura, hello from Brazil. Hello, Laura. welcome. Sam, I literally had the same thing happen. Mum grew up on a farm and we've had birds for years, so I took him and raised him up. We called him Splat and eventually found a nice big aviary. Yeah, I know why you call him Splat, if you know what I mean. They're freaking all the fruit they eat, or just the nectar. Whoa. Fun Guns, welcome. T-Pose Ben. Where? What here you talking about? Champagne, they're so beautiful, but yeah, they are bloody loud. I tell you what, they know how to squawk. Javier, your Patreon is not up yet, correct? No, it's not. It's not. I've only got the gumroad up, but it could be a gum. I've just got to figure out, just like time-wise, what that looks like. Whether it would be like a tier on a Patreon, and that's what I use Patreon for, because I'm in two minds with Patreon. I've actually done a blog post. It's not the website's not up yet, but I've sort of got a couple of blog posts I'm working on. My thoughts around Patreon and the sort of subscription model for me personally, and why that might not be a good fit at the moment. But it could work in that kind of way though. I don't know. Still up in the air. Sugar Beach, do you live in Australia? I don't know how you are calm with spiders. I don't know. I'm just. I do live in Australia, and I don't know. You just get used to them, I guess. You get bloody big dinner plate looking huntsmans. But they're harmless though. If they bite you, like I've never been bitten by a huntsman. While I'm awake, they probably bit me while I'm asleep, but yeah, they're not poisonous. It's just the little ones you got to look out for here, like your redbacks and your white tips. Sugar beets, Shane. We can talk about it tomorrow. Patreon, yeah, definitely. That sounds interesting, man. Laura, what are you doing today? First time watching you live. Well, welcome. Thanks for popping in, Laura. So today I'm working on the values of this character. So sort of thinking about a diffuse light source and trying to sort of sculpt out or paint sculpt out the forms to give me a good base to start laying color on top and start continuing the painting. Sun Guns Pro, have you ever tried creating or starting creating art starting with abstract paint splotches? I haven't, but I think that could be a cool thing for like character faces. Like I guess kind of abstract splotches I've done before, where you just do shapes and then you create like character sketches from those shapes. That could be a fun little exercise. Sugar Beets, the worst thing here is bees. Where are you at again, Sugar Beets? Thumb Guns Pro, I'm believing the artist Willu does it that way, but not sure. Cool, I have to check it out. So Willu, was it? Okay, now we've got to think about reflected light, because we have let's have a look. It's a little wasted space over here, like on, because it usually just centers. I don't know, maybe I can something to think about. Reflected light on these forms. Let's experiment. Let's see if we can get it looking like it's going to sit in the environment. Oh yeah, reflected light is my favorite. Look at that. Oh, it's like magic. Ready? I'll hide the selection. All right. Is it sitting on the ground? Is this tentacle on the ground? You bet your ass it's near the ground. Look at that. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Now, why is this happening? It's because the light's coming. It's coming down. Whoa. Ah. No, what are you doing? Right when I was on a roll. Of course you do this, don't you? I don't... I don't know what's happening. I can't do anything. Hold on. Are we back? Eraser, pen. Why is it doing this? I don't know what's happening. What on earth? Okay, we're back. Okay, good. Whew. Okay. Sugar beets. Ohio. Oh, nice one. Nice one. In the US of A. Mika Roo, I am drawing with you. Glad I saw that you were live. It's helping me keep going with this homework. Fantastic. What homework are you doing? Thunguys Pro, rendering seems so confusing. I think I'll aim to just do black and white high contrast art. It's a process. I'm not just coming up with this idea of, oh, I'm just going to put a little bit of, like a bit of something there or whatever, you know what I mean? There's thinking behind it, all right? There's a reason why things are done a certain way. There's logic behind it, which is why I enjoy it. Because you can sort of almost do a checklist to be like, okay, why does or doesn't this look correct? Is it, what kind of lighting are we trying to achieve? Is the shadow in the right place? Would there be a shadow there? How hard is a shadow? Is it a soft shadow? Is it a hard cast shadow? Where's the reflected light? All right, because you can think about, let's go hard elliptical. So this is a big ambient light I'm imagining across everything. So there's no super hard shadows yet. So this ambient light is going to come down, hit the floor, and bounce back up underneath this tentacle, right? And that's what makes things look like they sit, or at least in this particular case, what makes them look like they're sitting in space, right? And you'll notice, which was a big aha moment for me, was it creates a core shadow, right? I did a little while ago where I talk about core shadows you don't put in the core shadow. The core shadow is a result of reflected light. See, if I take away the reflected light, there's no core shadow. It just curves down, but then boom. And I time that with the music perfectly. You've got the core shadow, right? No core shadow, but what you really have is reflected light. Master copies of Andrew Loomis' hands. Oh, perfect. Fantastic. I actually want to do some master studies on stream. That'll be fun. Sugar Pleats, do you play instruments? Sorry, I'm not asking art-related questions. I don't care. Yeah, play. Ask away. Ask anything. Doesn't have to be all art-related. I play guitar, and I've recently started to learn the drums, which has been so much fun. I've always wanted to learn drums. These are actually Francis's, the guy that I do the podcast with. His dad's electric drum kit. He sort of lent it to me. I've been having an absolute blast on them. It's been so fun. Jorge De Leon. The song name is... Oh, it just finished. Loader. Oh, what was it? By Wave Shaper. Let me go back. Yeah, so guitar and learning drums. We're playing a lot of Blink 182. The song that was playing when you timed the boom with the music. So yeah, I think it was Loader, this one. Sugar Beats, I'm trying to teach myself harmonics. Oh, harmonica. Also, drums are fun, but I never learnt them well. Harmonica is a fascinating one. That would be good fun to learn. And drums are fun, but I never learnt them well. Neither did I. I was in a band in high school. And I always used to play it, like just mess around on the drums, not taken sort of too seriously, but now understanding how to do certain things, even how to hold the sticks and the rebound, how much that rebound helps. Like it's fascinating. Yes, art center. Ooh, we got someone at art center. Mika Roo, will you be coloring this on stream or just the grayscale? I'm going to be coloring this eventually. Maybe not this stream, because I really want to get the foundation of the values down first. But yes, definitely, I'm going to be coloring this on a stream, but probably not this one. All right, back to this reflected light. And the cool thing is, someone you asked about ambient light. So ambient light direction is always from the sky. No, it's ambient light is, it can be, in this situation it is, but it's more, I like to call it, I guess, diffuse light. So it means that the light is being scattered around quite a lot, meaning that it can kind of get into the crevices of where shadows would normally be, which is where we have to rely on these sort of occlusion shadows to help show like where things touch and that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's not a specific direction necessarily. But a good diffuse lighting example is the big diffuse light of the blue sky, which is why when you're out on a clear day and you're looking at, say, the shadows on the road, for example, the shadows have a blue tinge to them, because essentially it's just a big blue diffuse light that's shining down. And the sunlight is overpowering that. But when the sunlight gets blocked, underneath is what gets exposed, which is the blue ambient light. Highly recommend checking out Marco Bucci's videos on that. I love his videos. All right. Again, ambient light, soft transitions. Sugar Beats, have you gone to art school or art classes? If so, what's the best thing you learned? If not, ignore the question. No, I didn't go to art school. I went to university for industrial design for a little while, but then I dropped out. Because as soon as the drawing class stopped, which it did pretty early on, I was no longer interested in it. And I was like, yeah, look, no, this isn't for me. And then I just sort of figured stuff out myself online, like with different courses. Different courses taught me different things. I highly recommend places like Schoolism, particularly Sam Nielsen's course on light. It's very dense, right? And it's very dense. It goes way into the science of things, which I like though. I like understanding the why of stuff. But like books, I mean, I've more recently gotten way into, in the last like couple of years, since coding, I think, even so. Because when I started to learn how to code, I was all video tutorials, right? All video tutorials and like watching other people do the thing, and then I just mirror what they do and try and figure it out. But there comes a time where you become proficient enough where you just want to look up the information quickly. And it's almost faster just to look it up in a book or a blog post or a piece of text rather than scrub through a video and try and find the spot that you're looking for. So I actually prefer books and blog posts nowadays more so than tutorial, like, well, not more so, but I find them more efficient. And that's why I did the 40-page sort of PDF in my tutorial in Gumroad, because it's how I like to learn. I did both the video and the PDF, so you can sort of refer back to it. But yeah, it's even with I'd imagine Mika, you might be able to talk to this. Like, even though you're in art school right now, because I've never gone to art school, would you say that you still have to learn yourself? Like, you have to consistently keep building your skills outside of the classroom? If no direction, what causes ambient light? It could be many things. It could be light coming through, like clouds, for example, like is being diffused. It could be light coming through, say, like a soft box of light. Also, the size of the light can determine how diffuse it is and how far away that light source is. It's usually a larger light source that covers a wide area. So it could really be anything. It could be artificial, it could be natural, it could be a reflection of a window hitting a wall, like a white wall, and reflecting back onto me, and because the wall is pretty large, that could give me a more diffuse light. So it's not so much, it's more the properties of how the light's reacting versus it being like a thing, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. At least as far as I understand. There's probably better ways to explain it, but just off the top of my head, that's how I would explain it. Are there any art courses you would recommend taking for character art? I haven't taken any specifically for character art that I'd super recommend. A lot of my stuff that I've figured out is through actually getting the fundamentals down and getting a bunch of artists that I really like and mashing all their styles together and just trying different stuff and then trying to do it on my own. That, honestly, from a character's side of things, is how I am learning how to do this stuff. And I think that's super valuable. And getting to the point where you're doing it on your own characters, or doing your own thing soon after what you've learned from a certain style or a certain person, is the most beneficial. Just like with, say, development, as soon as you can start creating your own apps or software or something, or just little tools, as soon as you've learned like a new concept or language or that kind of thing, the better off you're going to be, and it's going to stick a little bit better because you sort of put it through your own lens, I guess you could say, or through your own filter, if that makes sense. I was on school but didn't like what I was learning. Yeah. In what way you didn't like what you were learning? So you were at school but didn't like what you were learning. That's why I think you got to do it, regardless of if you're at school or whatever. You got to do it yourself. I used to work with Sam Nielsen at Disney. Oh man, you're joking. Sam Nielsen. Oh, big fan. That's awesome. Thumb Guns Pro. Schoolism is great. Yeah, it's really good. Thinking visual development, like character design. Sugar Beats, you should combine industrial with a portrait. I never pay for any videos, but YouTube has a lot to watch anyways. Yeah. Industrial, well, realistically, industrial design did teach me one thing, which was the more structural approach to drawing. It didn't take me all the way there. I had to do a lot of work on my own, like with anything. But like all this sort of stuff, all this, even to the point of, say, this right here. All right, so I'll do a little demo thing, even though I want to get right back to that reflected light. I'm itching. But this is like a cylinder, for example. Let's so this is a cylinder. This is just a cylinder cut in half, or cut in like a segment, right? Right, and industrial design does teach you a lot of this stuff, because then this can become, like even this, you could think of, then transform this into like a camera lens. All right, now you've got a camera lens. Or you draw it this way. And then you've got like a can of Coke. Right, so it does teach you actually, we're promoting healthy habits here. This is a can of sparkling water. Right, so it's a lot of this stuff is what I'm thinking about, is these simple basic shapes. That is one thing, and actually a good book on that is How to Draw by Scott Robertson. That goes very industrial designy. It's very dense, but that is the basis for a lot of the drawing that I'm doing. Without that, I wouldn't have been able to invent these things and have them look half decent and like they're in three-dimensional space, if that makes sense. Mika, yes, I think you have to look for outside resources for what you specifically want to do. And you have to continue to find time for personal art, which can be really difficult, 100%, yeah. Yep. One tip for that, I guess, could be manage the scope of the personal work, specifically if you're at school, so it's not as overwhelming. So you can sort of keep doing your personal work, but do like smaller projects, but consistently. That's what I would have done if I was to start this in school, or start sort of doing my own stuff, in school. But yeah, one thing I would have done is get really, really solid in my fundamentals, because they're the basis of everything. Sounds like, yeah, no shit, Ben, but yeah, it's Sugar Beats. Mark Crilly was my first YouTube art teacher. I don't know if you know his challenge. Mark Crilly, that rings a bell. He's like prolific, right? He was on YouTube. He had a lot of videos, I think. Mika, because with my major I would take some entertainment related classes, but I feel like online, like Brainstorm and CGMA, is really specializing with the best teachers. Yeah. Laura, I actually liked it. So this is if you're talking about school. I actually liked it at first, but later I found that being a teacher was not for me. I want to be an artist, so I dropped out. Ah, okay, so you were in school to become a teacher. I get you, I get you. Oh, look, I'm glad you found what you want to do. Thumb Guns, that Scott Robertson book is How I Learn Perspective. Yeah, that's a fantastic book. It's like a must-have, personally, I think. Yeah, Michael Matesi's Force is great. From like a stylistic perspective of getting that real Force Disney sort of style. But yeah, I think like scheduling time to study artists that sort of make you go, whoa, this is some cool shit. Like actually putting that time aside to do that on your own and figure out your own sort of way of breaking down their forms and shapes and that kind of stuff is really underrated. I think that's a good way to study. Alright, so see what I'm doing here? I'm just sort of really lightly, because this is ambient light. There's no harsh lighting here yet. Sugar beets. Learning fundamentals seems so daunting. I draw for hours every day, but learning art rules stuff does not seem easy. I wouldn't equate one thing, just from that comment there, one thing I'd mention, I wouldn't equate the number of hours that you draw necessarily to the quality of the study, if that makes sense. Let me explain. So, I mean, I could just sit here and do this for 6 hours, right? I'm getting my mileage in, but it doesn't mean I'm learning anything. The bang for your buck study-wise with learning fundamentals is sort of like so outweighed, it's ridiculous. Because once you get to a level of proficiency, you can then do whatever the heck you want to do. But the fundamentals can mean a couple of different things depending on what you're looking to do, whether it's character art, whether it's like environment, like all that sort of stuff. So there are sort of niches you can go down to in your fundamentals to start with. One of my favorites is thinking in three dimensions, like this sort of stuff, the wireframes. Like this kind of, oh no, dude, oh dickhead, why did you do that for? All right, well I've drawn it all on the one layer. There you go, Sam, I've made a mistake technologically wise. I did the bloody wireframes on the line layer, not the end of the world, but annoying nonetheless. But see how just like thinking in 3D and doing these sort of 3D wireframey sort of things, and even just thinking about this, you don't have to draw these. I was just doing it to help myself a little bit. It makes it so that you can draw these things in 3 dimensions, then you can render them, then you can move them whichever which way. I'm trying to achieve freedom here with my drawing. I don't want to be confined to any one way of doing thing or one piece of reference, if that makes sense. Okay, now we do a separate wireframe. Yeah, so that gives me an idea, this whole thinking in 3D sort of thing. Which I guess does then come back down to like the industrial design kind of stuff, right? And that gives me understanding of, okay, this is a high point. And then this curves down, and this is the sort of underneath, it wraps underneath. Wraps around, wraps around. Jorge, I've been following you for a while and I've noticed that you upload content regularly. How can you keep consistently uploading things, and what would you say to people for them to upload content more often? Reduce the scope of the projects that you're doing. If content's your goal, there's a bunch of different ways, right? You can either and again, this is just my thoughts. It's neither right nor wrong. It just is, coming from experience. Hold on. Yeah, so narrow the scope of the projects that you're trying to do. Like if you're sharing your art, right? If your goal is to share more stuff, one way to do it is to reduce the complexity of what you're drawing. Do it in more bite-sized sort of experiments or chunks, let's say. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is what I've been experimenting with more and more, is actually sharing the process on larger efforts. Like I might share something at this stage of the painting, right? I might do a reel, like I did a reel the other day on like color variation on my self-portrait. Although that's nowhere near what the self-portrait is going to end up being, I thought it was valuable enough to sort of put out there at that stage. So, and this is coming from the education side of things, from just purely the art side of things. If you just want to get your art out there, reduce the scope, give yourself breathing room, and even share work in progress. Share it to the stories, share quick little time lapses on reels, share a bit of your own personality into it as well, or else it's just another time lapse, you know? Ben, noob mistake, I know, right? Absolute noob. Sugar beets, I do have a lot of art, oil paint, watercolor, digital, pencil, crafts, etc. I don't know color theory very well. Anatomy seems so difficult. I've never been to an art class before. Well, I'd recommend you even just grabbing some courses or just focusing on a particular topic or technique, because there's a lot of things you're doing there. You're doing watercolor, digital, crafts, anatomy, color theory, right? You can even try to keep it interesting and say, okay, instead of saying anatomy as the big thing, let's say, okay, I want to understand the joint between the upper arm and the lower arm. I want to understand this area. So I'm just going to focus on this area, right? And then once I've done the drawing on that, let's see if I can render it with some values. So that would then come down to the fundamentals of values. So you can sort of stack these things on top of each other. Then I might color in the skin color just of this section, all right? And then I can sort of start to try and understand how skin looks and why in different lighting scenarios. So you can almost stack these. This is what I like to do, combining different ways of, or different topics of study in the same session or in the same group of sessions, if that makes sense. Just trying to keep it interesting, because I mean, sometimes you can only draw so many like skulls or just like bones or joints and that kind of stuff. Like, see if you can keep it interesting for yourself, and then you get excited about doing these things. Mika, thinking in form has really helped improve my art. I used to draw pretty flat without thinking about construction. Also looking at your work, Ben. Oh, thank you, Mika. That's awesome, because that's the exact same for me. This whole thinking in 3D really unlocked the biggest aha moment of like my art sort of journey so far. I think I also don't know terms so well because honestly I don't even know what fundamentals are. Yeah, it's a bit of a broad term. That's why I think like get interested in understand what you're interested in first. So start getting a bunch of artists that you enjoy and then try and figure out how they're doing things. That's a good way. Teaching people makes you learn so much yourself. Yeah. Secret time. This is a big part of why I'm doing a lot of this stuff is to get better myself. And why explaining ambient light and explaining these types of things helps bolster these ideas and makes me get better at the same time. So it's a nice symbiotic thing that I recommend people do, regardless of your skill level. I want to learn bones. That's what I'll say now. Great book that I'm actually studying at the moment, how to draw comics the Marvel way. It's easy to dive into, not too technical, and covers a wide variety conveyed by Stan Lee. My walls are covered in Marvel comic books, so they influence my work sometimes. Awesome. Fantastic. Another great resource for the anatomy stuff is Proco's channel. All of his anatomy stuff is fantastic. Okay. Let's continue. All right. Okie dokie. Also, another thing, I want to make like goals for myself on these streams, like no zooming out or no zooming in, and like no noodling and that kind of stuff, just to sort of keep me on the ball. I need your guys' help with that as well, eventually. Okay, let's draw these suction cup thingamajiggies. Now these suction cups are gonna, I'm even tossing up, do I even do this just yet? I don't know. I'll just do some base. Base level values, because I want them to be a little bit lighter. There's going to be color variation, but cool. Okay, so where we're at the moment, we've got ambient light going. This isn't super clean yet. All right, we're gonna clean this up. I think I can do some more finessing with the values here. It looks like, but the scene is getting there. It's looking like she's freaking out with some Kraken thing coming after her. We've got reflected light working. There needs to be reflected light over here, because just because it's off screen doesn't mean it's not happening. Right, and all these, just as like a little example. Like all of these suction cups would have like reflected light, because the light's coming up and reflecting up underneath. They're like little dishes. That's something we can focus on at another time, maybe. Or I'm going to focus on them now, because my OCD won't let me not. Nah, I'll leave them be for the time being. All right. Yeah, Stanley helped me. Yeah, Stan's fantastic. He's really cool. Left hand challenge. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe not that. Not Just disable your middle mouse key. I don't use the middle mouse. That's the issue. I've got the hotkeys. That's my. So I can disable scrubby zoom, so I can't do that, which is a good start. Thumb guns. Oh, what would have been sick is to amplify the tentacles gesture. Almost an angular zigzag line of action to show movement. Yeah, it's something that's not set in stone. We can even have another one coming sort of from straight on, doing other stuff eventually. Sugar Beats, what are people in Australia like? And have you pet a kangaroo? What are they like? I think we've got a pretty like good reputation worldwide for being like pretty decent people, but it's just like anywhere, right? I know a lot of assholes that are Australian, so just like anywhere, there's good people, there's bad people, but yeah, overall they're pretty friendly, at least in my experience. And have I pet a kangaroo? I've pet many a kangaroo. You see them out and about. Like where I live is near like the foothills. Where I used to live was near the foothills of Adelaide. And you go up for a drive in the hills and you see them just hanging on the side of the road. Went to somewhere called Kangaroo Island last year. Saw a shit ton of them. They're actually pretty dangerous. Like dangerous to be driving with them. And I unfortunately hit one going bloody 100k an hour, so that was no fun. Scared the living shit out of me. But yeah, they're everywhere here. Jorge or George, is George or Jorge? There's no like, I don't know. George, hello Ben, I'm a fan. Yeah, you're a fan. Thank you very much. Means a lot. So Thumb Guns, yeah, thoughts on Aussie musical artist Tom Cardy? I've got no idea. Is everyone like Chris Hemsworth? I'm guessing yes, 100%. They're all like him. What's your favourite Vegemite dish? That's it. That is the dish, Vegemite. What else do you need? Poor kangaroo. I know. I was bloody devastated. It was not a good time. But thankfully that we were all right, because we were going at a bloody fast, like on a highway, and they just come out of nowhere. They just don't, for whatever reason. I guess they're like deer, I guess, in like the States. They're like that in that way. They can be a bit of a hazard, specifically at dusk. But I mean, I've had kangaroos, like, there's wildlife parks that you can go to here and you go and feed them. You just get a bag of whatever food and you just go up and walk up to them, and they'll just be hanging. They're usually like just hanging out. Like we just see photos of them just hanging on the side, like they're just lounging around. And they'll just come up to you and like, put their little paw on you and feed them. And I saw one where I used to live, just across the road on my neighbour's front yard. Just woke up one morning, and that was unusual, like being in the suburbs, just seeing a kangaroo, like a big one as well, just in the neighbour's front yard, and then he just hopped down the road. But yeah, no, they're everywhere. Vegemite on toast, Vegemite salad, Vegemite lasagna. Well, there's all sorts of stuff people doing with Vegemite. I just have, if I do have Vegemite, it'll be on toast. Nothing fancy. Sugar beets, we have just a lot of deer. Yeah, I reckon that'd be like similar sort of vibe, potentially. I feed them, they come to me when I call them. That's cool. Do you love 5 seconds of summer? No, not particularly. Mika, I have to draw some thumbnails for my perspective class. Any ideas for what setting I could draw that would be cool? An interior. Depends how complex you want to get with it. If it's just some thumbnails, maybe a what living room would this character be in? There we go. A living room setup, like different living room setups in different houses, maybe. Like do a little Pinterest peruse on that. Could be cool. I just thought you'd love them because they're Australian. Yeah, no, that's not generally how it works. I do love me some John Butler trio. He's Australian. He's my favourite. He's great. The best song of all time is Fruit Salad by Tom Cardy, though I don't know if the comedic effect of his accent is less impactful to Aussie ears. I've got no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Thumb Guns. Sugar Beets, I just thought you loved them because, yeah, no. Don't hate them, don't love them. John's hat got me hooked so far. I'll check it out. Sam Payne, one of the guys from 5 Seconds of Summer, went to the same high school as me, actually. There you go, small Aussie world. Ooh, look at you. Sugar Beets, would you ever go live with another artist in the future? 100%. I think that'll be good fun. All depends on who wants to go live with me, is a question. But yeah, no, that'd be good fun. Sort of chat and sketch and do whatever. Okay, zoom out time, break time. I'm going to, Shane, let's do it. I'm down. Let's take a step back. Let's assess the situation. Let's ask some questions. Are you hungry? Yes, I'm hungry. Wrong kind of questions though. How's it looking? Not bad. There's still some messiness that needs to be cleaned up value-wise, but I don't want to go too far with the values, right? Because I want to leave some room for like some darker darks and some really like nice occlusion shadows later on. So I can even knock back some of this, particularly this one, right? Because it's at 82%, so I can go the full value. That really darkens her up. I'd actually bring it back. I mean, this is too far, bringing it back too far. Maybe it's not too far. Yeah, no, it's too far. See, this is an insight into my head, my thoughts right now. Just going back and forth, back and forth. Leave it there, it's a nice middle ground. Right, we've got some of this stuff here. I think maybe this guy's too, the darks are too dark. So bring that up a tad. But yeah, I think I'm getting too finicky for where I'm at the moment. It doesn't need to be, I can even do so, I'm even thinking with this one, doing some more like comic booky kind of vibes with it. So it's like we've got like a vignetted like background or something. Like, see, now's the time to play around with these ideas. Don't want to be doing too much of this stuff too much later on. Like it, and then we can even like have a speech bubble or something of it being like or something. Let's not forget we're going to make these guys holographic as well for this VR version. So it'll be somewhat see-through, somewhat holographic. Or not, is it holographic? No, that's like Pokemon cards. Or is it the same thing? Hologram? No, hologram. It'll be the same thing. Go live with Modern Day James. I don't think Modern Day James knows who I am. But yeah, no, I'd love to. Sugar Beats. I normally go live a lot, but I needed a break from that because I get addicted. Yeah, it is fun, isn't it? I didn't expect how fun it is. Now I've sort of got a cadence. Jorge or George. Ben, is there a special tweak to improve the dash on Photoshop? No, this is pretty stock standard, I think. There's nothing, like there's only a few things that I use. And it's, yeah. I can't think of anything that's really customized. Break time. Have fun hanging out with your pet spiders. Yeah, they're hanging out. I'm not hanging out with them, but they're hanging out with me somewhere. I don't know where they are. I'll go live with you. Sounds like a plan, Sam. I'm liking the contrast. Yeah, me too. I think that background bit does a little something, just something different. Can we angle the floor 15 degrees? Maybe. I'll give it a shot. The right foot is my fave. You know, yeah, I do enjoy that. Do you know why I think it's your favorite? Because it has dimension. It's a very clear, like there's this side, there's this side, there's the underside, right? And there's the top, a little bit of the top you can see. Those types of things, at least for me as well, I enjoy. Transparent / holographic? Yes. Yes. Yeah, because then if I can sort of do something like that, I think that looks kind of cool. Now, because this is going on social media as well, because this is what it's... Actually, this is for another project that I don't know if I can talk about, but I need 6 sort of pieces, like original pieces of my own, to go in a publication, which is going to be cool. So I thought, and it's December 31st. So I thought if I can live stream some of them, I can get my live streaming chops up. You can get my YouTube chops up. I can get I won't get 6 original pieces done probably in the next month, but I can get a few more that are more recent. That'll be cool. So yeah, it'll be fun. Sam, what if we gave him a holographic health bar UI style, with him like taking damage from the tent? That's a very good idea. That is a very good idea. Sick. Good call, man. Good call. Okay, so this is all in one layer, isn't it? Yep. Let's do a notes layer. And this is cool as well, because if I take this to sort of a certain level of finish, then I can do a sketch note on it. And I was thinking about actually sharing the process of making a sketch note as well, like just going live when I'm making the sketch note. Don't know if any of you are interested in that, but so that could be cool. Good call, Sam. And then I don't know what I'd put here, but like the heart for health or something, I don't know. We'd have to have it so the balance would feel right with the UI and the composition and all that sort of stuff, but we can figure that out. That sounds great with the sketch notes. Sick. Let's go on this layer and see if we can get the tentacles feeling like they're touching the ground a little more. Just like the sphere that we had here. And we can finesse that later. Actually, in reality, if we go back to our reflected light thingamabob, this should also be reflecting something. But this is just a pure white floor at the moment. I wonder if it's too stark. Let's turn this up for a second. The previous song was the Pokemon theme song, was it? I didn't even... I'm in painting mode. I don't... I will miss different songs and all that sort of stuff. Another thing with this vignette would be cool to actually have some of these overlaps, like the chord, even the something. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't matter a whole lot. This live stream is so nice. My oil painting, having fun. Oh, glad to hear it. That's great. Fantastical. Might try something with the tentacles. Duplicate them, merge it down. Just lighten the local color. Yeah, I think if they were too dark, it wouldn't look quite right. If you are ever bored, you should draw Wednesday from the new Wednesday show. I've got no idea what the new Wednesday show is. So that, I mean, that only changed it a tiny bit, didn't it? But enough to make a difference. Yeah, because I want to do some nice, like, shiny. What room do we have here? See, a cool thing as well, like everything, all these values are relative, right? Because you look at this looks pretty light comparative to everything else, but it's only like a 63% gray. This is white, right? And that just looks out of place. I'm painting 3 faces. They have no eyes. Not sure if I'll give them any. Also don't know how to. At people on here. Yeah, I think you can tap. I wonder. I don't know. Adam's Family Wednesday. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that could be fun. We might even do like a more interesting, like, because this is more methodical, right? This is pretty methodical going through and doing the rendering, and we'll do color soon as well, but sketching could be fun. All right, I'm going to have a 5-minute break. Then I'm going to come back. We'll do half an hour more. And I'll just write a little something here. Be right back in 5 minutes. I feel like Wednesday would look so good. Your style, she's just black and white. That would be actually pretty cool, just doing a black and white, like, stylized value study of her. That'd be really, really cool. All right, I'm going to be heading off for 5 minutes. I will see you shortly. everybody, we are back. Just got another coffee and some almonds. All right. Oh, Thumb Guns, probably still not here, but good to see you, man. Oh, hey, here in Brazil, 2:30 in the morning. I need to sleep. I wanted to continue, but I can't stay away. Go, get some sleep. Don't be silly. Sugar Beats, it's 12:30 here. Now we can talk about him. Oh, really? Is that right? Dorky Sketch. Welcome, my friend. You just popped in. Dorky's from California. Oh, got a couple of California folk. I had a couple of almonds. And the important stuff. The coffee. Rio de Janeiro. 240. Jorge, George, however you say your name. Get to sleep. That's ridiculous. You too, Shane. We've got a meeting tomorrow. Yeah, no, I'm a night out as well. I can't help it sometimes. So I reckon I might keep the streams to around this time. So go from yeah, maybe through to 12:45 my time. Go for a few hours. Catch a Shane. I'll see you tomorrow. I need to sleep, but I'm in a painting zone. I know. Yeah. It's dangerous though, because that painting zone can also turn into a ruined sleeping pattern, which has happened many a time to me. Okay. Let's do a little flippy flip. I'm just trying to see. Painting zones are the best. There's a good book on flow and flow states, which I think is this painting zone that you're talking about. I can get into flow where like time just goes. Time ceases to exist, and then you're like, oh shit, I haven't eaten today. Like it was one of those type of things. I can get into flow with painting, drawing, art related stuff, coding. Sometimes writing now with blog posts I'm writing and the sort of content and that sort of stuff, and maybe music a little bit. But yeah, it's a magical place. It's what I live for. It's like the best feeling ever. Yes, flow state like the movie Salt. Yeah, that's it. That was a very good depiction of it. Where like everyone's in their own, like doing their thing. It's sick. That was really, really cool. Okay. What's glaringly obvious that's just off? Okay, cool. So it's 9:40 in California. California, still a tad early, but I'm also a night owl myself. Nice. As well as being an illustrator, I'm also a psych student, so flow states and creativity are my vibe. Awesome. That's very cool. All right, I'm gonna need to Google Translate this. Jorge, George. I imagine it's gonna say something like, I'll see you later, I'm off to bed because it's 2:40. I went, guys, I'll leave you a hug. There you go. And that's a weird translation. I hope that's correct. It's lovely if it was. Great to have you, Jorge. Now get to sleep. All right. Now I want to start pushing some of these values. Pushing them a little bit more. So I've got this ambient group here, which is everything. All right, I'm just going to duplicate that. So then I've got at least like a saved version if I mess anything up. I never go back to the saved version. It's a comfort thing. What are you going to do? No worries, man. You have a good one. Okay, push the values. Is this a point where we merge everything down? I think this is a point where we merge everything down. So now all the values are on one layer. Okay. What's this group? Whoa, that's not what I want. Because we do have that other layer with all our selections, so if we do need to go back, we can always go back. Let's start painting in some of these occlusion shadows a little bit more. What? No. I think this would actually be a lot more in shadow, this whole face, but that's not what I want. So there's an issue there. Maybe we've got to fudge it a little bit. Snowfix, it's almost 4 hours. Wow. It goes bloody fast. Doesn't feel like 4 hours. I like the ability to sit for 4 hours straight. I have to do sit-ups after an hour. Yeah, well, after this I got to go to the gym and make up for all the sitting. Let's fix up. No, that's ridiculous. I'm just trying to analyze a bunch of stuff here, nothing too exciting. Alright, so we've got the hair, added more hair up the top. Let's incorporate that into the line work. Seems like a shame because we're not really going to see the line work, but it'll help with the rendering. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a drawing stream next stream. I think that would be fun. We'll just maybe get out some reference and give ourselves some time, like we'll get some reference that everyone can pick up. Or I'll share the link somewhere in the description. Sugar Beats, all right, go to sleep. Thanks for the live stream. I love how my painting turned out. Fantastic, Sugar Beats. Hopefully us keeping you company was good. And go have a good sleep. Yeah, these just aren't little squiggles. I want to be thinking about this. In terms of 3 dimensions. Alright, knowing that I'm going to have to render them at some point. It's kind of cool. I guess the hair would go like that if the strap's in the middle. Refine this shape here. So yeah, welcome. You're not late. I mean, we've been going for about 4 hours, but that's okay. We've just been massaging some values, getting things trying to feel a little bit more 3D. We're going for probably another 25 minutes. Then I've got to head to the gym, go and get dinner from Audi, Sam. Nothing wrong with Audi. And then I've got to figure out the next reel that I'm going to post. I want to get that pretty much done tonight, or most of it done tonight. And then I might slip into trying to figure out this bloody self-portrait. I'll show you where I'm at with it at the moment. It's absolutely doing my head in. So it's not looking great. I've been, like, it's looking okay. I'm playing with the lighting. The eyes are looking off. I'm playing with the refinement. Bro, imagining hair as 3D forms is so difficult while I have it flowing still. It is. Thinking of it in like clumps helps instead of individual strands. So yeah, do you lift, bro? Bro, I do lift. My wife overheard the Audi comment and she said how much she loves Audi. Audi's fantastic. There's savings. So you just can't. You can go to Audi and you can get eggs and a 4K 60-inch TV. Where else can you get that? Wow, it looks nice. Thank you. Yeah, I don't. There's been so many iterations of it. It's like ridiculous. The lighting's off. Like the reason why I've been struggling with this one in particular, and I realize this now, and it's what I consistently say all the time, is the lack of understanding of A, the light source, and B, the forms, right? So I didn't have the forms laid down because I was going back and forth between reference, like the realistic reference and trying to get a likeness and that sort of stuff, which happens. That's no biggie, but the light source was a big one because I was trying to work it so that the cap didn't like cover all my face, because if I had down lighting, the cap, like my whole face is going to be in shadow, right? So I had to figure out later on, okay, now I don't want it halfway down my face or my eyes, I want it sort of up, so the light has to be kind of coming at this angle to create this shadow, right? But then this changes all of these dynamics. Like this isn't set up to, it's not reacting to the light source that would cast that shadow, if that makes sense. Like this whole side of the cheek here, that would be a lot brighter. And I'm going to get sucked into working on this. No, I'm not. We're going to leave it, but I'm just, hold on just a second. 2 seconds, just a couple of little ideas. So because if the light source is coming here, this is actually good because I'm thinking through it. The light source is casting this kind of shadow on the nose and underneath the chin and the hair. This cheek isn't going to be that dark. Alright, so we need to bring it into some realism, or into the real world of physics and light and all that fun stuff. I need to clean up the understanding. See, I think that's even making it feel a little bit better. This was just too dark. It didn't make logical sense. There's an answer to all this shit in here somewhere. It's just we've got to try and crack the code and figure it out. Right, and this eye isn't reacting to the light source. This divot in here isn't reacting to the light source, so this would actually be probably more shiny on the inside, but do I want it that shiny on the inside? I don't know. So yeah, it's been absolutely doing my head in, going back and forth. But what the plan is for this is to have it on the website. I want to do a version of me with like my hand, like, hey, how you doing? And then I also, I want to do like when you hover the cursor over, so this is going to be like the front page of the website. And this also doesn't have any rim lights or other lighting on it, so it looks a little bit flat. And like the specular highlights don't make sense, but anyway. I want it to be on the website as just like, hey, I'm Ben, as like the hero image. But then when you hover over, I actually want to do like a mini sketch note on myself and like sketch notify it. So like show all the forms and all the lighting and the thinking behind the hand and that kind of stuff. So it shows what I do and what I like to do. When you hover the cursor over it, like fades into like a different version. That's a plan anyway. But yeah, I think doing some of these warm-ups is going to help me in this, because I haven't touched this since yesterday. So what is the pop of saturation near the edge of the shadow? Oh, sorry, Thumb Guns. Done studying that Marvel book. Time for self-portraits to better understand the face. Awesome. What is the pop of saturation near the edge of the shadow? So, Marco Bucci has a really good video on this. Let me see if I can find it. I'll throw it in chat. So it has to do with something called light fall off, from what I understand. Now this is very stylized. It's not as, I think it's actually a combination of a few things. There's this thing called light fall off. So the temperature of the light changes as the intensity of the light changes, and it's doing it in a compressed way, like between the shadow and the light. There's like a really, how would you say, quick transition between the two there. And you've also got the subsurface scattering as well. So there's I believe there's a couple of things going on there, but Marco Bucci does a really good video on it. Marco Bucci, what would you call it? Because I don't know if he named it. Fall off? Would you call it that? There we go. Right. So that one there that I just posted in chat. What is the pop of saturation? Yeah, so Sam Payne, the car shadow under the chin is making a tangent with the jaw. Is that what is putting you off? It's one of the things. That was just to throw it in there quickly sort of thing. Don't noodle, write notes instead. I know. Mika, I've got to go. Thank you. See you later, Mika. Great having you. And thanks for your input in the chat. That's such a good idea. It's going to look so good. Yeah, I hope if I can get the fucking self-portrait looking okay, it will look good. Fiorella. Ben, thanks for creating the illustrating a stylized character. I have only made one illustration with it, but loved it. Your art is neat. Lovely night. Thank you so much. That means a lot, and it's so great. I'm so glad to hear that you enjoyed that one. Oops, it was coarse. Oh, not curse. No, it's not cursed. It's a course. Yeah, it was more of a tutorial. I wouldn't call it a course, but yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Oh, okay. What can we do that's going to give us our most bang for our buck, time-wise, in the next 15 minutes here, without diving into a whole sort of rendering extravaganza. Whoa, nostalgia just hit me with this riff, this piano riff. Damn. Let's just clean up some of the logic of the forms. Thinking about the really smooth fall off. All right, where is the light going to be hitting? This frog character I'm drawing from imagination looks so stupidly funny. I wish you could post photos in here. Maybe that's what the Discord is for. Can you, I'd imagine you can link the stream to Discord? I guess? Would you do that? I have not a clue. Seeing about these really soft transitions, not going too dark with the shadows because it's still ambient. There's like reflected light from the floor. I don't want it to be so stark, like if we're on the moon where the shadow is just going to be cut off and there's nothing on the other side. This is where we might need to get an anatomy book out. I'm not sure the legalities of that on screen, so I might just have to interpret what I'm seeing for this particular area. This is the deltoid, definitely. So I want to, not that harsh. This is cool. This is a cool sort of shape. Oh no! I haven't done too much, that's okay. I didn't resume the recording when I came back. Oh. You can stream on voice chat and then post images in the chat, I guess. That's the closest there is, yeah. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I still got to figure out bloody Discord. All right, let's think about these hands logically, all right? The light is coming down, okay? The lightest light is going to be here. The second lightest light is probably going to be on this finger because it's slightly sloped down at an angle. Right, then so I'm thinking about planes here, right? So I'm breaking these up into, okay, this is a different plane at a different angle. So it's going to be still catching some of the light. All right, and it's going to sort of stair step down. So these are kind of like steps. So this is going to be catching less of the light, and this pinky finger, which anatomically doesn't feel quite right, but what are you going to do about it? We're going to fix it, that's what we're going to do, but not right now. Maybe it just captures a little bit less of the light. And then these planes here, they catch even less, right? And this is where we start to experience the magic of 3D forms. And why I get so excited about this stuff, because it unlocks everything. We can draw anything we want, in whatever angle, in whatever lighting scenario. Now this, if we're thinking about the same logic as the other fingers, right? This angle is further away, so it's top-down light source is further away angle-wise than these other, like it's tilted down even more than all these fingers, so it should be darker than these tops of these fingers. It should be darker than this one because it's sort of pointing down further. So we might even darken him up even a tad more, just to be clear with it. Now this angle is going to be at a similar angle as this plane. This plane, sorry, is going to be at a similar angle as this. Might be a little bit less. So we'll just knock it back a little bit. And bam, we've got a somewhat structural hand, which we can play with and keep tweaking. Now let's do the same for this hand. These are similar planes. So let's make them similar. So I like to also group these planes, these similar planes as well. Just a time saver thing, really. When we'll remove this here, we'll bloody throw this back up here, and away we go. Do I paint environments in my personal time? No, not really, but I'm not opposed to it. I would actually like to get better at environments myself, so definitely something to work on. Alright, see how it started to add a little bit more structure. Whoa, snoring dog. go. Ah, Photoshop has moved all their stuff around. Polygon, I see, that's what I'm after. All right, so you notice that this plane here is going to be facing up, which is going to be getting most of the light. Then we can, using that same logic, assume that these fingers are getting just a little bit less of the light, which ends up making it feel a little bit more realistic. If we zoom back out, see how they're feeling more 3D? Because there's a logic to everything that's going on. We can do the same with this thumb. Because this thumb shouldn't all be that bright. It's going to come together a little bit more as we sort of get rid of some of the line work as well. So it's going to make more sense. All right. Done line work, shading on this frog. Now for inking. Maybe I'll finish before stream ends, hopefully. What kind of reel are you thinking about the next one you're going to post? I've got a bunch of ideas. I was thinking about understanding eye placement in regards to like finding that second eye. I know I did one ages ago, but I think I can do one that's better, that's a little bit clearer, and actually 3D model up like a stylized face or just like the mask of the face to understand what happens when the eyes, like how you can, like we're trying to map this corner of the eye to that corner of the eye, and what actually happens behind the nose here, because that, like, finding this eye is always an issue for me. So that's one idea. I got a bunch of other ideas, but I think it really comes down to time as well. How long is something going to take me, and how valuable is it going to be is the main thing. Like if it's not going to take any time, but no one gives a shit about it, there's no point doing it. How do you avoid making skin look metallic when rendering? It comes with the coloring a lot of the time. When it's in this stylized sort of rendering style, the transition between actually, let me show you in Blender, and let's blow up my computer. So you've got a sphere here, right? Let's say that we are going to make it a skin color, or just like a Caucasian skin color, right? All of these materials have properties. So the more metallic you make it, the more reflective it is. So that would be a metallic look because it's so very reflective. But if we want to take away that metallic, but we still want to make it look like skin, what we'd have to do is also do a bit of subsurface scattering, all right? So just adding that little bit of subsurface scattering, it kind of makes it, I mean, it's a bit hard Let's have a look. What's the easier way to... Do they have a subsurface color? There we go. Here's a subsurface color. Right, so now this will take the shininess away because it might not be as shiny. All right, now my computer's about to take off. It's bloody humming. But if we add a little bit more subsurface, just to really illustrate the point. Now you can see that there's a lot more saturation in here, right? Even down in the occlusion shadows and even in the transitions, right? So from the light source rolling into the shadows, there's a lot more. Like this is a very basic, this looks like a, not skin, but it's just like a really quick way of kind of thinking about it. The saturation, so what that is subsurface scattering. You've probably heard about it, where it's basically the light shining through an object and scattering around. And because there's blood vessels and all that sort of stuff, then it's going to show that a little bit more versus it just being like a plastic object, where even if it's subsurface scattering, some plastic objects do this, but it's going to be more uniform, generally speaking. So if we turn off the subsurface, yeah, actually that's a good point. I might actually use Eevee because yeah, Cycles looks better, but Eevee is, see, I don't know, it looks kind of shitty. Now I've got to do all this stuff to allow ambient occlusion, subsurface scattering. Yeah, not fully opaque. There's got to be some color variation in the skin, basically. Generally speaking, but again, it could also come down to a stylistic choice. Right, so here this looks like a plastic ball because there's no subsurface scattering. We throw up the subsurface. Now it almost looks like waxy after you get the noise, let the noise settle down of this. It's subtle, but it's there, and it can become really apparent if you've got like thin objects. Like let's say, let's move this out of the way. Let's just do a plane. See, check this out. This is the ambient blue, right? Because this is blocking the light source, right? So it's almost like dusk in a way, or early morning, whatever. But yeah, anyway, I digress. Solidify, add some thickness. Let's make the object this material. See, you can like see the glow underneath it. So this is like a skin or like almost like a wax material. Got to let it stop shitting itself. But you see the light source is here, and then it really scatters underneath. It even hits the ball a little bit because it's translucent. Now there's only going to be certain parts on the skin that it does that, right? Things like the ear, the nose. Like if you like shine a light behind my ear, it's going to get subsurface scattered. Like if we do that, like look at that, right? That's real time. None of this Cycles rendering shit, right? So you can see, but it's not going to happen everywhere, because if it hits like the light is trying to go through the skull, there's skull underneath there, so the scattering is going to be a little bit less. So looking at a lot of reference as well can help. So I'm just going to turn cycles off because it's, and we're back. Fingertips as well, yep, 100%. Can you guys hear that snoring? I don't know if the mic can pick it up. It's even down to this leg transition, right? Yes, it's ambient, but you want to think what part is getting hit by the light the most. Shall I link the frog? Yeah, go for it. I don't know how it goes with links in chat though. I think it had a little bit of a hissy fit last time. But it'd be cool to see the frog anyway. Whatever way you can link it, give it a shot. So that would be a smooth gradient because up here is going to be more perpendicular to the light source, but over here the angle is sort of pointing off another way. So it's something we've got to take into account. But here, for example, here it's going to be hit by the light a lot more, so it's going to be even, maybe even brighter than I've got it here. Which is nice because it separates the leg from the back leg from the front leg as well. Feeling more 3D. They look like piano keys, they do, don't they? It's my little secret with our hands. Make them cubes, makes them easier to draw. Or rectangular sort of things. going to have a smooth transition as well. So now that brings this into the 3D world. This might actually have a bit of shadow, just an ever so slight amount off of this leg. Actually, maybe, yeah, it would have a little bit of shadow. I don't see a link in there, Thumb Guns. Let's make this. See, this is all set up for the color stage. Now I'm not going full value again, as I've mentioned before, but it gives me a good base to start adding some color. I might even just throw some color on here just for the old shits and giggles to see how we're feeling. Dorky Sketch, loving the stream, by the way. Ben, this is my first time watching one of your streams, and I just want to take the time to say real quick that I think you do amazing work. Love your material. Appreciate it, mate. That honestly really means a lot, Dorky. Dorky Sketch. Thun Guns, done. Anyways, it's on at Thunboy. Go check out at Thunboy. See the frog that they've drawn. See ya, I'm a watch inside man. Catch you later, appreciate you popping in. I've got a habit of saying man. So if you're a lady and I say man, my deepest apologies. Because I only see an avatar and sometimes it's hard to tell. Alright, let's add some shadow. Some contact shadow, some occlusion shadow. Alright, because that's going to be pretty close to a leg. See how that brings it, these two objects. It's hard to see up because I've got another screen over here that I can see it sort of zoomed out. But that like makes them interact. It's that occlusion shadow that really helps do that. Same sort of deal should be done with this arm here as well. See, now we're feeling 3D. Whoop. We've gone outside the lines. Thank goodness we have. Clipping masks. There we go. Okay, what else is not looking logically correct? I mean, all this isn't really. Like this should all be even more kind of in shadow, I think. We can always lighten it up after, but yeah, that feels better. Oh, I should have got that. Because we can come in there later talking about subsurface scattering. We're going to see light coming through that shirt. So we can come back later and add some like lighter parts within that that shirt. For example, we can like we would make it glow a little bit potentially in here. You know what I mean? I hope you know what I mean. Actually, maybe it wouldn't, because this hand is blocking some of... Why did I choose that brush? This hand is actually going to be blocking some of that light. Who knows? We will find out when we try it out. So this here should probably be a little bit darker value. She's very methodical. Well, I'm being very methodical. You don't have to be. You can do this all painterly and on the fly. But for this kind of stylized stuff, I have to think about it a little bit. This is what's not working, the shape dynamics. There we go. All right, maybe we'll try separating out some of the hair strands. Let's give that a shot. And I said 25 minutes about 40 minutes ago. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I need to go to the gym, or else I won't go. It'll be too late. Alright, we had a little bit of the shadow in here. A little bit too harsh because it is ambient. It doesn't really do anything, so we won't worry about being too finicky with that. Okay, let's think about these individual hair bits. They're still being affected by the same light source. Huh, why is this not showing? Because it's all the way up there, that's why. Put this. I'm gonna have to do so go there. Let's put him at the top. No. And then we'll just start painting on top. It's all right. Abhishek, morning my friend. How you doing? How's your family doing? What's the best way to do this? Tell you what I want to do. No, not that. Select that. Come into here. No. Where? Okay, thank you. so I can see it. Okay, now we're going to merge this. Actually, I'm going to make it that color. There's a little bit of dicking around, but that's okay. Alright, make this all. I'm going to merge this, unlink that, merge. Now we are going to add these back in, I think. Yep. Merge that, merge that. Now we should be able to start clipping mask, clipping mask. There we go, that's what I'm after. Such a mess around. Okay, again. No, there's ambient. Photoshop. There we go. Now we've got the selection we want. And just do a little indication of the light source. And that's how we start to bring the hair into the 3 dimensions. Just like with everything else, we can change the properties, the material properties later. That's no worries. You're all watching my live together. Hello, the Kumar family. What are we working on today? I'm working on doing values. So getting things looking and feeling 3-dimensional. Which we've been doing for the last 4 odd hours. Maybe even longer now, I don't know. I've got to hop off, let's say a hard out in 10 minutes. Alright. Gives a little bit of dimension. It's not the most amazing thing in the world, but it's doing the job. Some of this in shadow. All right, it's feeling better. I appreciate it, Abhishek. Yeah, it's slowly getting there, slowly but surely. darken this because this is a different material than the strap and the headband. So this, darken this local value up. I think would be a nice contrast. It's like the padding around the face. How do you choose poses for characters? Well, I had more so an idea than a particular pose in mind, if that makes sense, to begin with. And then you can see me here. I did it myself. I just took the photo and used it as reference. So I said, all right, I want to do VR versus reality. Then I wanted to figure out what would be interesting. Like, I wanted like someone to be scared of the thing that they're like attacking or they're fighting. And then I want to do another one where she's just like badass and she's just like, I don't care, nothing phases me, sort of thing. So yeah, and that took a few times to get the pose. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, really. At least with this one. Now I really do want to make this mouth a lot clearer. How I'm going to do that, I'm not entirely sure. So just like we were talking about ages ago, with all the reflected light from the floor, right, see how the tentacle is going to have some reflected light bounce back up onto the floor. This thing up here, this sort of plane, is going to throw some reflected light back onto other objects. So we can utilize that depending on the material. It's nearly time for me to get dinner on. Yeah, you and me both, Sam. What time does Audi close? It's like 8:30, I think, here. What are you having for dinner? overall, this is a fun stream for me because it's taking my time. We started with some warm-ups, which was fun. That was good. I'm going to keep this every stream. I want to start with a warm-up. That's a goal of mine. So for those that are still here, keep me accountable to that because I will forget. Guaranteed. Actually, I don't have to do all this. We can get the selection that we've already made. Maybe? No. 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 Tank top. There we go. Yeah, just even this, bringing this, some gradients, like bringing it into the reality of the 3D space. Love it. Cannot get enough of it. All right. I think we could actually, I'm curious. Let's ambient 2. Let's duplicate this. Color test. Let's just throw some colors in here just for the fun of it. Let's merge these for now. Alright, all merged on one layer. Merge them all down. Then let's just grab, I might just do skin, don't have to do all the colors. Let's say. And this is where our time saving comes in, where we sort of got all of our skin that's selected, so we can come in and just start somewhere. It's definitely not going to be the final. We've got to put color variation and all that fun stuff in it. Adjust the levels a little bit. Maybe throw in the blue jeans. Cool. I like. Starting to get there. Starting to get there. Now, what were my notes from before that I completely ignored? No, not be right back. There's something else. No. I don't know. Yeah. Head placement, more hair, yep, did that. More feminine fingers, we'll fix that. Fixed chin, we'll fix that. Cool. All right, we'll just go back to the black and white version for now. Some of the values have to be adjusted, definitely. Let's get rid of that. So we've got tentacles on one layer. We've also got them on this layer. So we'll just go tentacles. So just doing some housekeeping now. Knock back that a little bit, just a touch. Cool. A bit brighter to make it stand out. Yeah, we'll have some fun with this. We'll continue having some fun in some other streams. My plan is to finish this one on stream. So, yeah. I think we will leave it there. I'll hang around for a couple more minutes. Dorky, I'm making late night ramen. Nice one. Sam Payne, the wife and I have been getting Every Plate, which is the budget brand of HelloFresh food boxes, and they've been awesome. I think tonight is Mexican beanbag. Oh, that sounds alright. That sounds nice. Can you give me some suggestions for warm-ups like you did today? Honestly, just spheres and cubes. Using different light sources. So try an ambient light source. Here you go. Here's a test for you. Your first foray into 3D that you mentioned you might be thinking about. Download Blender on your M1. Figure out, just through Google and YouTube, how to get a sphere and a cube and a plane working using cycles, the render engine. So that probably doesn't make any sense. So figure out how to get this set up. There's no modeling involved, right? So add 3 objects to a scene. You can YouTube your way onto figuring this out. Then figure out how to get cycles working, and then take some screenshots. All right, add a light source. So a sphere, a cube, and a plane, and a light source. And then screenshot it and study that. That would be my advice. And we'll see how you get on with doing that. Because even like how I'm talking about reflected light, like look at this, all this is just lit up a little bit with that red tinge of the ball. All right, and if this is even more intense of a color. And then the light is even more intense. Like you start to see more of the red influencing the cube, especially if I bring the ball right next to the cube. All right, see that? It's reflected light. So it goes ding ding. Right there, and this is great stuff to study, and I'm going to be studying this for my freaking self-portrait that's doing my bloody head in. I want to get the lighting bang on. just out of principle. I wasn't planning on doing that, but just, yeah. Elliot, hello, very late to this. Might rewatch later when I have some drawing time. Fantastic. Welcome, Elliot. Apologies on it being the end. Momon, so amazing. Appreciate you. Thank you. Dorky Sketch, is placing your values black and white before incorporating your color something you do in every illustration? Is it easy to place your values first? It's not something I do in every illustration, but it does. It is a nice process that I like. I like to play around with. It does help me think and separate and compartmentalize the sections. So I think about the values first, then I think about the color and the materials and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule that's what I do all the time. Sometimes what I was doing was just blocking out color. So blocks of color first, so no values, and then going and developing the colors and the values and that kind of stuff as well. So there's all different ways to get different results. This tends to give me a more rendered, like 3D feel, doing it this way. But yeah, recently it's been more of a black and white to color process, which I've been enjoying. Sphere, cube, and plane, and let's light it up. Sounds good. That looks like so much fun to render. Reflected light is so yummy. Tell me about it. It's my favorite thing in the bloody world. Have a great evening, Ben. Shoot me through a message if there's anything you want to follow up on, Mac related or whatever. I certainly will do. Appreciate you, Sam. Thank you very much for popping in to the stream and staying with us for the however long we've been going for. 4+ hours, I think now. So yeah, you have a good night and enjoy your dinner. Dorky Sketch, very cool stuff. Yeah, there's so many different ways you can go about doing stuff. Like this is going to start looking really like a lot more 3D once we get rid of the line work, right? So this is a very structured way of working. So I've gone through and, for example, if I go into like, let's have a look. Like here, I've actually separated out all of the sections, all of the materials. All right, so they're all their separate selections, so then I can work within them. So it's like a very structured way of doing things. Less painterly, but you can always do that on top after, or like there's ways you can do that. But yeah, I'd recommend just experimenting a bunch. Abhishek, love to see you sculpting this character in ZBrush. Yeah, look, sculpting is definitely something on my roadmap. I can't wait to have a play around with that. I mean, there's one that I've done, if it would even want to open. Don't need to save. So this is actually part of I did this for the tutorial. This is modeled, but I've done a sculpted version of it. Oh. I don't know what I've done. You can't see it yet, but there. So it's like a modeled version of like that character in the tutorial. And then I think I did the sculpt. So yeah, so then I sculpted him, which was good fun. So starting to have a play with sculpting. I highly recommend it to start understanding forms, stylized or otherwise. I think it's a fantastic skill to have. And for me, at least personally, as an artist, and even from a more practical standpoint, like commercially, being like gathering more skill sets, I think is very, very valuable. Having some sort of diverse skill sets. Sorry, it's not a bad thing or a bad idea. Ben can levitate. I can levitate? What are you talking about? Oh, here, get you. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep, I certainly can. I'd like you to prove it otherwise. That looks awesome. Thanks, Abhishek. Well, look, everyone. I think that just about does me. I reckon I'll be streaming again in the next couple of days. So look out, probably be the same time. So 12:45 p.m. ACDT, not ACDC, the band. It's Australian Central Daylight Time. 12:30, somewhere around there. And yeah, I've got a link to the Discord if you do want to join that. I've not figured it out just yet, but if you want to sort of get in early, feel free. There's a link in the description. And yeah, I hope you guys have a fantastic day, night, whatever your time zone is. And I really appreciate you popping past and sort of joining me on this journey, rendering this character up. We're not there yet. There's a lot more work to do, but we'll get there. It's going to be fun. So do your warm-ups as well. It's a note to me. Do your warm-ups. It helps a lot. All right. See you later, everyone. Have a good one. I'll see you in the next one.